evening, everyone. I will call the General Committee meeting to order. Tonight's General Committee meeting is being held in person in the Council chambers with members of the General Committee, some members of the Executive Management Team and the City Clerk. Members of the Senior Leadership Team and other staff are available to answer questions via video conference. We do have one member of Council who's joining us remotely tonight as well. The chambers does remain closed to the public for the moment. We've received new guidance from the health unit, which indicates as long as we're all sitting here in the chambers, we don't need to wear our masks, lest anyone out there think that we are not doing something we've been guided to do. So we've been given new public health guidance on that. As always, I'll start with the consent agenda. For the consent items, I'll read out the title associated with the recommended motions from the staff reports and the items for discussion. Members of General Committee can ask that the item be held, so it's discussed further tonight. If it's not held, the motion printed on the agenda is deemed to be approved on consent. No further discussion will take place this evening, and the recommendation will go forward to the next City Council meeting for consideration. So first, tonight, we have the report of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee, and that's dated October 19th, 2021. It's to be received. Finance and Corporate Services Committee has recommended the following motions. First, with regards to water service repair at 352 Yonge Street. No holds. That is approved. Next, we have an item regarding regulatory matters at bylaw 210036, exemption to permit an indoor gun range. No holds. That is approved. Finally, we have an item regarding noise bylaw enforcement.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Kungle. Report of the City Building Committee from October 26th is to be received. City Building Committee's recommended the following motions. First, with regards to cycling and pedestrian safety on Huronia Road. No holds. That is approved. Next, we have an investigation into an active transportation planner position. No holds. That is approved as well. The staff reports on tonight's agenda. First, we have the long-range financial plan and financial policy framework update held by Councillor McCann. Next, we have staff report regarding cost recovery for water and sanitary servicing under Ontario Regulation 58606, local improvement charges. This is for project EN 1097 on Mapleview Drive East. No holds. That is approved. Finally, we have a staff report on a potential private tree bylaw review.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor McCann. Items for discussion tonight. We have an investigation into no stopping any time on Mapleton Avenue. It's been placed by Councillor Natalie Harris. That is approved. We have an item regarding an invitation for a presentation to the YMCA and their potential plans for the new YMCA. It's put on by Deputy Mayor Ward. No holds. That is approved. We have an item regarding the toxic drug crisis put on by Councillor Natalie Harris and Councillor Keenan Aylwin. That is approved. We have an item regarding the application to the FCM Green Funds Program or the Mars Discovery District Municipal Investment Infrastructure Fund. No holds. That is approved. That was put on by myself. Finally, we have an item regarding immunization clinics for youth under 12. It's put on by Deputy Mayor Ward. No holds. That is approved, and that is an item to offer the health unit potential utilization of meeting and community room spaces within community centers if they choose to proceed with immunization clinics in city facilities. Okay, so we have 3 items that were held on tonight's agenda. Start with the first one, which was out of Finance and Corporate Services Committee, and it was held by Councillor Kungle. It's with regards to noise bylaw enforcement. Go ahead, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. In looking at the item, a couple of questions came to mind, so I've got questions for staff. And I was wondering about best guidance, so through you to Acting GM, Ms. Banfield, if appropriate. So I recognize that Barrie Police Services did a blitz on speeding, that this occurred through the summer for unnecessary noise, looking at stop sign, stoppage infractions, and speeding, which was to occur twice a week for over a 4 period. I know I'm getting still lots of questions from residents around issue area intersections for speeding. I was wondering if appropriate with that memo coming back, if we could also receive information around the areas that that blitz targeted and any success around that or other information. Secondly, if that's able to be provided, I was also wondering about the Citizens on Patrol is a new initiative, and I'd love to hear feedback, whether it's through this memo or another avenue that staff best direct, around how those citizens are being deployed and if they are taking on initiatives, if appropriate, related to training of use of radar or speeding or any type of visibility that supports traffic issues.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kungle. So did you put the item on, or would you like to put the
Yes,
item
sorry,
on
I'll
the
put the item on the floor
Okay.
as presented and look for clarification for staff if I need to amend it to include aspects for a report back on Citizens on Patrol and the status of the blitz.
Yeah, it probably would be wise to amend the motion. It would be, I think a new paragraph 2 would be appropriate. And that would be that the Barrie Police Services Board be requested to provide information. And I think, do you want to just clarify again?
Sure. That the Barrie Police Services Board provide information regarding the outcome of the Barrie Police Services Blitz that occurred over the summer months and the approach to the citizens on patrol in the community.
Okay. And would you care to speak to that any further?
Yes, thank you. I had the pleasure of connecting several times with Constable Kira Brooks, our Community Safety and Wellbeing Officer. We did target areas, at least in Ward 3, that were having significant traffic issues and looking at solutions and where can we look at added approaches, be it requesting the police cutout with the radar gun to building a case for perhaps investment in red light cameras when that comes forward. So I'd like to look at how I can best utilize all resources possible, at least in 2 areas, Livingston and St. Vincent and Cundles and J.C. Massey Way. I've had numerous complaints. We've had some accident areas there. So I know residents are aware that there was initiatives that Barrie Police actually took on speeding, and they're keen to understand how those locations are decided on and how maybe to request enforcement over a period of time on certain high-issue intersections.
Okay, thanks for that. So the amendment is on the floor, and again, it's to add a second paragraph that requests the Police Services Board provide information, I guess, on the impact or the outcomes of the noisy vehicle blitz over the summer and the use of the Citizens on Patrol program. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment? I am as well. None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much.
I have one remaining question of staff,
Go ahead.
if I may, Your Worship.
Yep.
At this time, does staff have any update around the approach that we have been taking around red light cameras? I'm recalling a past conversation about investing in this and whether or not there would be certain intersections targeted. I was wondering if there was an update on whether or not that was something we are looking at in the budget or something that is further forecasted in out years.
Ms. McAlpine?
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor Kungle. Staff have reported back previously with respect to red light cameras, and there is no direction to proceed with those. However, staff have direction with respect to community safety zone cameras, and that is something that is subject to negotiations with the City of Toronto and the province, and and that would be with some staff who I don't believe are present tonight on the line to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. I recalled a camera initiative with Toronto, so I'll follow up offline with staff to see what the approach is. And that's all my questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kungle. The motion's on the floor as amended. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I will. Those in favor of the motion as amended? I am as well. Councillor Aylwin, yes. That is unanimous. Thanks for that. Next item that was held is the long-range financial plan and financial policy framework update. It was held by Councillor McCann. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I may just want to do a lead up to my amendments and maybe just get a better understanding of how we got to that financial report by Watson and Gary Scanling. I'm not sure about anybody else around the table here, but I was not happy or pleased at the report. I felt that it was satisfactory at best, and I have done quite a bit of work. And before I maybe highlight some changes that I'd like to see for next year and then bring up my amendments, I'd maybe like to get a better understanding of how we got to that report. So maybe I'll ask Mayor Lehman, whether it's Michael Proust or whether it's Mr. Miller, what direction did we give Watson to give us such a report that, in my opinion, lacked a lot of information that we needed?
And the items on the floor is printed, just to get us
Sorry,
started.
Mayor Lehman. Yeah, item on the floor.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To you, Councillor McCann. So the city has a financial policy framework, and one of the requirements, and it's a council-approved framework, that does require staff to update the long-range financial plan at least with one term of council. And the objective of the long-range financial plan is to take everything that we know today at a moment in time and look forward. And in this case, the forward-looking approach was to go out 20 years. And from that view, it's then to revisit the financial policies of the city and council's strategic plan, and then, if needed, make adjustments to the financial policies. So, what information is available to develop a long-range financial plan? Well, you start with your budget, your 10-year budget. You start with growth plans that have been approved, and we also use our development charge background study, which includes the master plans. And if you remember, council approved the full DC study back in 2019, and then you blow it out 10, 20 years to see where things shake out. So I'm sorry to hear you didn't find it satisfactory, but the inputs, a report like this is only really as good as the inputs that you put in, and that's where the information came from. And again, I stress, the output of it is really just kind of reflect on, okay, is there anything we need to change course on our policies going forward?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Miller, and yeah, I would say for me it was satisfactory at best, and I would like to see moving forward that we have a much more in-depth report, and I'll clarify that in a few minutes. I guess, what I was really disappointed in after reading that report, and I'm sure my colleagues and friends around the table here, really there was a financial fire that was brewing, and if we didn't make some serious changes by 2029, the city of Barrie was going to be in financial mess, or I'll call it a financial fire. And we need to make changes to put that fire out. Would that be a strong opinion by your report, Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. So the forecast as it presented now, if we keep going and doing what we're doing today, that yes, and by 2029, I wouldn't use the word fire, but the city would be close to hitting its debt capacity limits. Still below the provincial average, but above our own 20% limit.
I guess, so I'm not here to point fingers, but I am here to point fingers because I want something a little more wholesome. And whether it was Watson's or whether it was this staff, I really don't need to discover that today. The end result is that report, had some holes that I'd like to fill right now. And one is that report didn't come back with any real solutions about moving some unnecessary infrastructure or infrastructure that growth just really hasn't been presented. And so I'm not sure if the point was for council to make those decisions, but we're going to have to. So that was number one. Number two, you know what? This is going to be uncomfortable for some people, but I noticed that the tax increases always were the lowest during an election year. I'm just not interested in playing games with our taxpayers. And I recognize that in the report, and I'd like Watson to understand that they shouldn't be playing games with the taxpayer as well, and that there should be some consistency and not some dramatic drops in one year when there's an election year and some spikes the next year at 5.9%. Just an observation that I had. I could be wrong. Number three is that a 5.9% tax increase. Please, Watson's, Michael Proust, Michael Miller, I would never, ever approve a 5.9 tax increase. Never on my watch. And I'm pretty sure that my friends to the right and my colleagues to the left would never agree to a 5.9% tax increase either. So the question I really have is, when in history have we had a 5.9% tax increase, and why was it in the report? That to me was the biggest light that I saw in this plan that needed changes. So I came up with 3 amendments that I think will satisfy me and satisfy the taxpayer, and I hope my council members around the table will agree with me. Number 1 is that we revise the report and update the report, including other financial scenarios, plans before budget. So I'd like these all done before budget, which is, I believe, is in a month. So number 1, I'd like to report back on a 0% tax increase. I'd like to report back on a 1% tax increase. I'd like to report back on a 2% tax increase. And I'd like to report back on a 3% tax increase. I'd like to know how this will financially impact our reserves, our debt levels, our user rates, and our capital spending. This will be a very uncomfortable report, right? But if we're not going to approve a tax increase like 5.9%, like I believe is in the year 2023, then we need to make changes now. So that's number 1. Do we want to vote on that now, Mayor Lehman, or do you want to go through them all?
So you have an amendment?
That was the amendment, yeah.
Okay. So if I understand the amendment correctly, Councillor McCann, and I would like staff to comment on this. So paragraph 4 would be added that asks our staff or the consultants to report back on. Can you just explain what you're looking for again?
Sure. So that revised report and update, including other financial scenarios, plans before budget, and that would be, instead of having a tax increase of, I believe it's various degrees of tax increases, the highest being 5.9% over the next 8 years, that we show a tax increase of 0, 1, 2, 3. What the financial implications would be if we had a tax increase of those. Because some councillors in the room publicly have said they'd like to have a 0% tax increase. Well, I'd like to see today what that impact would be.
Okay, so the amendment would be a new paragraph 4 requesting I guess, the implications of those tax scenarios. Councillor McCann, are you suggesting those tax rate increases throughout the life of the plan? It's a 20-year plan.
Nope, I think I stipulated, maybe I didn't stipulate, up until 2029.
Okay. So you're looking for scenarios that would see a 0% tax increase for 8 years?
Correct.
Okay. And 1%, 2%, and 3%.
Correct.
Okay. So that's the amendment that's on the floor, members of General Committee. Councillor McCann, did you want to speak any more to that, or shall we start with discussion?
No, I think that I'd be happy to start discussion or the vote.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Mr. Miller. I appreciate Councillor McCann's efforts, but am I misunderstanding the report as basically a roadmap, not a GPS coordinates? So them suggesting the 5% increase would be without us changing course and moving the goalposts throughout years for the next 20 years, which it'll be basically the thousands of decisions that we make in council and further councils and the councils, before us and stuff. Am I reading this report right as basically just, if nothing changes, this is where we'll be, but it's our job to navigate and, kind of the path we want to take?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's not a budget. It's taking what the current plan was approved and taking in the growth forecasts and running the numbers through out to 20 years. So it's a guideline that suggests that perhaps right now our capital plan is pretty extensive. We have a lot of moving parts to it. So you do have options each year when we pass our budget to make changes on it. So nothing in this report is in stone. It's just a guideline to say that under these current situations, this is where you'd be headed to. So the motion that's presented, if it would be a challenge for us to have a new report done before the budget as you are getting your binders next week, but we can always try our best. But it's to your point, Councillor Thompson, it's not a budget. It's just a roadmap, a picture of a point in time with a number of different assumptions.
Follow up, Mayor. I appreciate your answer, and that's kind of, and like I said, I understand, but what the interest in Councillor McCann's motion or amendment is, but it's actually not doable. We'd basically have to go back and have Watson or another firm or whoever to fulfill a report that would basically stop all development at 0%. And I don't know, would Watson be able to comment on the staffing levels or the service levels to get us to a 0%? Like, is that even doable?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. To go to that level of detail, it would be very difficult to talk about staffing level. They can give you a general comment. Again, to do 0%, 1%, 2%, but not changing any of the expenditures, things will look worse rather than better. You would have to also alter the expenditure, which is what you have the options of doing each year through the budgeting process, of controlling expense and controlling service levels.
Perfect, thank you for that. That's all.
Other comments on the proposed amendment? Councillor Natalie Harris, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor McCann.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, I see where Councillor McCann is looking and planning and having some more options to the future. I definitely respect that, you know, as a city councillor, the more options we have in front of us to work with, the better. It's a huge budget binder, 2 of them, and having suggestions is different, but even a different roadmap, that where does that go, where does that look? However, I also kind of appreciate that that's a really big ask for happening in the next couple months. My thought process would it be possible to discuss implementing a strategy such as that for the next budget, where we would have some more of a roadmap of plans, similar, just looking at the data, similar to what Councillor Morales and I did last week, but with the time needed and allocated to look at, because I agree, reading it and seeing it that it's a roadmap, and we as city council kind of steer the road and the ship and make it go where it's supposed to go and land. But I do also think that with a new city council, who knows who will be sitting in these seats with the election, I would have loved those opportunities to have in front of me as a new councillor. And I think there's a lot to benefit with having that data in front of us. So with that being said, I still want to hear everybody else's discussion, but I like where you're going with that, Councillor McCann. I don't know how it will be effective this time around. If it's possible, that's great. But I'm loving having a conversation with you about this more and making sure it happens for sure with the next budget. So.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor McCann, back to you.
Thank you for that, Mayor Lehman and Councillor Harris. Okay, Mr. Miller, tell me how this can happen then before budget, because I do believe that this is a major piece of information that I'll need, that I'll be asking during budget, where you've got very little time to prepare for it. And maybe I should let on that my other 2 amendments really are going to talk about, you know, what type of capital spending do we need to take out or to defer until growth catches up or pass on before 2029. My next one is going to be living a list of capital projects that we need to, that you put together, that council support, and I'm going to ask for a Saturday workshop before budget. So I don't think that this is a big of an ask as maybe Councillor Thompson or Councillor Harris thinks. I would hope it's not that big of an ask, meaning like the information's there. You need to know if it's a 0% tax increase, well, that's going to be $9 million that we don't have in our budget, correct, Councillor Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So,
If it was a 3% tax increase, sorry.
yeah, approximately, I'd probably a bit more than that, but let's just say approximately. I'll
But
agree.
under 4%,
Or under?
4 million. It's for every percent is roughly $2.8 to $3.2 million, correct?
2.8.
So for
million.
easy math here, 3 times 3, which is generally what we do as a tax increase, is 3%. So that's $9 million. So what I'm asking for at a 0% tax increase is for you to tell me, how does the city run itself with $9 million not coming from the tax base, right? And then at 1%, how will the city of Barrie run itself with a $6 million deficit? Or $6 million not coming from the tax base, sorry, that's me. And at 3%, right, it would be 9%, which is generally what I'm guessing what our averaging is. I asked you on Friday what our average was over the past 10 years, and we didn't connect today, sorry, I was in and out of meetings all day.
So it is, and you'll, when you get your binders next week, you'll see the nice graph that we have historically, what the average is. It is just, I believe it's just slightly under 3 or around 3 over going back quite a few years now.
Yeah, so I didn't get specifics tonight because I want our experts, which are our staff, and Watson if we need to come back and let me know what the financial impact is on reserves, debt levels, user rates, and capital spending. So is that a major ask that I'm asking for? Is that something impossible to get in the next 2 weeks?
So just to clarify, because I think you did say you wanted a full report, we can certainly give some high-level scenarios on what you're describing, but again, if you're not reducing expenditures and we're just cutting 0%, 1%, 2%, without cutting anything, you're going to have a little bit of a worst case
Well,
scenario.
that's where the lead up is, Mr. Miller, is we need to cut things out, right? So I'm trying to reverse engineer this and say if we decide not to have a 5.9% tax increase next year, right, and we have a 3% tax increase, the delta is going to be 2.9%. So let's call it 3% for easy math. So that's $9 million next year that we're not going to be asking our taxpayer to pay the city to run the city. So where are we finding that $9 million is really where I want to find out. So I didn't want to have a heavy discussion tonight. I want to have that heavy discussion in a workshop before budget, so we can do some heavy lifting together as colleagues and figure out what we want to cut out, what we want to postpone, and what we want to defer, and how we want to see the budget going this year, because this year is more important than next year, right? So maybe I'll ask the question again, Mr. Miller, is it possible? And if it's not possible, tell me what variation is possible.
Mr. Prowse, you'd indicated, I know you wanted to weigh in.
Thanks, Mayor Lemon. Through you to members of General Committee. Councillor McCann, it's possible. It's not practical to get that level of information to you in the next couple of weeks. That's the reality of the situation. Some basic modeling, I'm sure Mr. Miller's team can do. What we're talking about is, to be frank, a very complicated report. The roadmap, as it has been described, is a snapshot in time, and it is designed to inform council's decisions. It's not the first one you've seen. Well, it may be the first one for this council. Certainly not the first one generated for the City of Barrie. The last one generated for the City of Barrie made a series of recommendations. And over the years, council chose to adopt some of those recommendations, part of those recommendations, but not all of those recommendations. And those were addressed year in, year out, including through the capital plan. Most of the work that Watson has done here, as you flip through their presentation and their information, is really around the capital plan, because that is one of our extreme challenges. Certainly growth puts a pressure on the city on an operational basis, but the huge amount of infrastructure we have been required to build over the last 10 years and will be required to build over the next 10 years is really, I think, the majority of what the Watson report speaks to. And that's why it talks about the city's debt level, and that's why it talks about the growing concern over the lack of development in the City of Barrie. And while we have seen an uptick, the reality is if you look at the old Watson report and compare it to the new Watson report, you will see that the growth has not happened at a time when the development community assured us it was going to happen, and for their own reasons. They're a for-profit business, I respect that, but the reality is they struck a deal with the city based on some certain preconditions, and those preconditions have not been met. The city has continued to invest in infrastructure, linear infrastructure, out to support the development that the development community said that they needed to be viable for growth that was coming to the city. And unfortunately, they did not, again, for their own reasons, meet those expectations. And I know the Development Services Department can provide to council some of the percentages that we're looking at compared to what was forecast. And I don't mean forecast 20 years ago. I mean forecast sometimes a year or two ago. And they are just a percentage of what they committed to do. Now, unfortunately, because of the nature of infrastructure, you can't build it in 6 months. It is 5 years and 10-year increments. So the city embarked on a plan to lay out the map of what the city's future will look like, to the tune of almost 300,000 residents. And we've continued to develop that and put that infrastructure in place. And unfortunately, the development community hasn't quite caught up to us with their level of contribution. And we have communicated to this council certainly, and to the council before it, on a multitude of occasions, the nature of our DC commitments and how we are overcommitted to the tune, I think recently, of about $120 million. That did not happen overnight. That is a decade in the making, and that is a series of decisions that were made at the council level, year in, year out, to continue to position the city for the growth that we knew was coming. Now, we are at the point where you're getting a new Watson report, and they are forecasting into the future. Councillor Thompson, I think, described it as a roadmap, not a GPS. I think that analogy is quite apt, because the path you get there will be dictated by this council and the next council. There is nothing preordained in this report, except that we know it's really expensive, and we've struck a partnership, quote unquote, with the development community to pay for a good portion of it. And to date, at least, they haven't met that commitment. We are optimistic, as we always are, but the reality is we need to bring those two things together. The investment the city and this council has made, and the commitments the development community has made, and together is how we will solve this financial concern that we've expressed to council here tonight. But rest assured, this is not new. This is information that has been available, continues to be available, and I think Mr. Miller's team, their task was to come up with a plan, put it in front of council that says, listen, if this is what's going to happen, what information do we want to give council to make different decisions? And you'll see in the staff report tonight, there are some recommendations around decisions we think council should make that, frankly, the development community is not going to love. They're not going to love this because it's not good for their business. We believe it's good for the city of Barrie, and we're presenting that information to council. So I certainly can appreciate the concern around the information. It is always concerning. I think that the roadmap is probably as accurate as the information. Again, it is a combination of the science that we know, the cost of infrastructure, but please also remember the inputs really come from the development community, which when they say they're going to build X amount of houses or X amount of high-rises or X amount of road, and they don't do that, it really changes the math. It doesn't change the science, but it does change the calculations. And that's what you're seeing here tonight. The calculations that expected expenditures sooner have really now been pushed back. And you're starting to see that sort of, pardon the expression, pig in the python that we thought was actually going to happen sooner is now moving back through the timeline. And that is, causing council this year, next year, and for many years to make different decisions. But I just wanted to reinforce the information that's in front of council is simply to inform council. It does not bind you. You are not beholden to it. It will change slightly year in, year out. And certainly if council at one point in time decides that they need a lower tax increase, as this council did last year, the organization is able to respond. There are cause and effect relationships around that, for sure, but that does not tie council's hand. So I would start off with that much information in a short period of time is probably not practical, but we'd be happy to do our best to get it. We can certainly get it over a long period of time. But at the end of the day, the capital plan is 100% within council's purview as to what they would like to move forward, move back, and we are certainly subject to your direction. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Just give me a minute if you don't mind, Mayor Lehman. Sure, please, thank you.
Thanks for that, Mr. Prowse. Next, I have Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So on the amendment, well, first off, I want to say thank you to our staff for this detailed report and plan. It's a lot of information. It's a little overwhelming in some places, but it was digestible, and I really appreciate that. I think Councillor McCann asked a really important question. How did we get here? And I think part of the reason why we're here is the thinking behind this amendment, where you pick a percentage, 0, 1, 2, 3, maybe because it sounds more desirable, like a less of an impact on our tax base, on our residents, and then making do with that budget. But what I think is a truly responsible and sound financial plan is, and it's what our staff really have presented to us this evening, is to look at what council's strategic priorities are, what our city's needs are, what our residents expect in terms of level of service, and then how we can deliver that service and support our residents' needs while ensuring reasonable tax rates at the same time. I don't think the way to deal with this is to take out the scissors and start cutting services, cutting infrastructure budgets. I don't think that's what our residents would want or expect. And we know we're already behind the 8 ball in infrastructure. So I think we're going to have some hard decisions to make in the future, but this type of thinking is backwards, and we need to flip it on its head and look at our residents' needs and plan from there. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Thanks.
Okay, I'll move on with the speakers list. Just a couple of sort of for information, Council. I'll save my own comments, but just to be clear, and I think Councillor Thompson made a very important point because it affects the sort of whole debate. The long-range financial plan, which is the matter that's on the floor, is the basis for policies, multi-year policies, that are recommended to us. And there's 5 of them in paragraph 3, strategies to strengthen the city's financial position. It's very important, I think, first of all, to recognize Councillor Thompson's point about GPS versus roadmap. I like the analogy too. I took the opportunity to go back to the previous roadmap, which was from Watson. Actually, you have to go back 2, because there was an update in 2017. There was a small update. But the 2014 plan, oddly enough, the number also was the same in the base case scenario, a 5.9% tax increase. It's actually on the slide that was presented to Council in April of 2014. Well, that's obviously not what we did. It's obviously not what any council would do, given the choice. And I think, to Councillor Thompson's point, what we shouldn't confuse is the long-range financial plan, which is a scenario that says, if you spend this now over 20 years, because we think this is what a 20-year capital plan could look like, here's the financial implication, Council. And none of us like it. But I guess the point that I want to make on process before we get to the issue is that the long-range financial plan shouldn't be confused with our budget and the tax increase that we might pass next year. Just because a consultant says it's 1% or 3% or 5% or 7% doesn't mean even that's the starting point for next year's budget. And I think we have a bit of a process problem right now, which is that we're receiving this a week before we're getting our budget binders. And I don't know what number's in there yet, but I guarantee it's not 5.9%. So notwithstanding, the consultant is saying, you know, one of these paths, you're going to have these, they did the chart, I think, I've forgotten which page it's on, but it shows different increases in different years, and it gives you the 5-year average for the next 5 and the 5 after that. That's the path that they've laid out. Respectfully, 7 years ago, they laid out a path that also had much higher tax increases. And my point is the choices we make, as I think Mr. Prowse said and Councillor Thompson has said, are made in the budget. And because we're doing this like a week before we get the budget binders, it's a bit problematic, because if we start to conflate the two, I think we're going to chase the issue of what's the tax increase impact on our residents in a long-range financial plan discussion, and that's not what tonight is about. Tonight is about whether we adopt these 5 strategies to improve the city's financial condition because we're concerned about the longer term or not. Now, Councillor McCann, since you did mention you've got another amendment coming on the capital spending, I'd be very interested in you introducing that one, because I had something similar. Well, I don't know if I had something similar, but that is at the core of what's on the floor. So just as a process point, members of council, what's on the floor is long-range financial plan with policy changes driven by a 20-year forecast of our capital expenditures. And then what the consultant thinks that's going to do to our operating budget. But it's all based on that capital plan. You build a rec center, $100 million rec center, you're going to spend X million a year running it from there forward. that's a big hit to the tax base. So the year that you build it and how you build it, whether with development charges or not, affects your capital budget in a huge way, but also affects the operating budget. So my point is, I would say the capital plan piece, which underlies this a matter that's on the floor tonight, is a good high-level discussion for tonight. The operating impacts, the tax impacts fall out of that. So if you want to do something about the tax impacts, you got to address the capital spending. So I don't know if your next amendment will be on that, Councillor McCann, but I just wanted to sort of position tonight's discussion. It's not about the tax rate for next year. It's not 5.9% or anything else that's in this report. It's whatever our staff are going to give us as the starting point in the budget, and the decisions we're going to make over the course of the month after that to come up with the final budget.
So Jeff.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, Councillor McCann. I have Councillor Morales next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Sorry, I had a couple points here. This doesn't really make sense, Councillor McCann, to address the trend line for 8 years. Let's do 20, or let's not do it. Because if you affect the first 8 years of a trend line, you're going to affect the trajectory of the subsequent years without accounting for it. And since our forecast plan is 20 years, you need to account for that. That's part of dynamic reporting. Basically, if you're affecting the 8 years, the trend line is going to obviously differ. It's been said by a couple of other councillors before, a report back on the increments of 0, 1, 2, 3%. I'm not even going to even consider, unless this is amended, I'm not even going to consider it at 0%, and this is the reason why. I'm pulling up information of the tax rate that the city of Barrie passed in the year the tax rate for 2021, and it was as follows. The overall property tax rate was 0.92%, but the city's portion of that, we actually decreased taxes by 0.49%. Now, it was still a net increase of 0.92, but that's because of our service providers. So for us to even have a scenario of 0 is somehow understanding that we're going to find efficiencies we've never found before, or we're going to finally go to our service providers and say, you're coming in at negative, unrealistic, you've never done it before, have fun. So 0 for me is off the table. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying, for me, my benchmark is 1.5 to 4.5. Beyond 4.5, I don't want to see the numbers. I want to work within the parameters of 1.5 to 4.5, if this is where we want to go, Councillor McCann, and also 20%. Similar to what Councillor Natalie Harris and myself did for the water thing, we were hearing, 18 months was feasible, realistic, and I know you wanted earlier, and listen, if the answer had been we could do early on the water, I would want to do earlier over this, but after hearing Mr. Prowse's comments on this, again, we can't just do multi-year policies for 1 year, because once again, it affects the ripple. There's a ripple line. Every year is linked to a subsequent year. And here's why I have concerns, similar to Councillor Alwyn's. When you start moving the goalposts rigidly for the first couple of years, you're going to cut things out. And I'm concerned that once we're cutting capital infrastructure out, right now, development is already stalled as enough as it is. Some would argue it's dynamic market forces. Some would argue it's speed to get to build out. We are going to likely have a huge impact on the development industry and further stall them, which can cripple not only us collecting development charges as a city, but if you think the house prices and rent prices are bad now, if we're reducing capital investments that affect development negatively, we are going to feed the fire of house prices because we're reducing the amount of supply that is increased as well as rents. So if this passes, Councillor McCann, I'm going to let discussion kind of go a little bit more. My benchmark is 1.5 to 4.5. The full 20-year effect, we're not going to do half a plan, like 8 years of a plan. That's nonsensical. And also, I would want staff to be able to provide the implications of reductions in capital investments and how they would, to their best guess, how they would affect the development industry and the number of building permits that they expect. Because, we have nice little graphs that show expectations, and I would want the implications. So with that comment, Mayor Lehman, through you, I'll go to Mr. Millar. Mr. Millar, would staff be able to provide if, let's say, council approved a 1.5 to 4.5 and 20-year projection model of some sort of dynamic reporting, which, again, I'm a huge fan of for 2017 plus. Finally, you're giving me my Christmas gift, Councilor McCann. Thank you. If this passes, would you be able to tell us after that Saturday workshop, okay, if you're going to go with option A and cut X, Y, and Z, just know that it has the potential to take building permits at this line and it's going to do this to them, or it's going to affect that based on data and also possible comments from our landowners associations.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Morales. So again, we can certainly work to have that information. My concern would be the timing of when we could have the complete picture you're looking for. You know, it's with the budget, there will be a lot of work done as council rolls up their sleeves and gets into the weeds. The same people that will be doing this analysis work are also the people who will be answering your budget questions. So we want to have a dynamic model, Councilor Morales, so that as we change each year, and that is one of our goals, to come back each year and have a report that shows you where are we today versus where we were last year. We're not there yet, but we're getting ever so close. So to answer your question, we'll do our best to give you what you want during the budget process. If you wanted a full, wholesome new report, it would take longer to do.
Mike, need your mic, sir.
Oh, sorry. For me, that's off the table. Would you, and let me clarify, since again, dynamic reporting, every year that's affected, you need to adjust it every year, because let's say you did 100% of what you meant to do, great. It doesn't affect the trend line. If you did 120, it's going to move it in a better direction. If you did 80% of the tasks or the cuts that you said you were going to do or didn't get to that benchmark, you have to change it. So this is consistent revision of work every single quarter, essentially. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Muller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman. Well, things do change quickly around the city of Barrie. I remind you often we passed our budget last year at the end of January, and I think there was a few staff reports 2 weeks later that had completely redone our budget. So to do it quarterly, I'm not sure how much impact it would have. I think definitely to have a high-level annual reporting on certain targets and thresholds is certainly achievable. I think would be more meaningful because, again, it is longer-term, bigger picture items that we could report on.
Okay, sorry, let me reframe my question. Because of the nature of the dynamic reporting that links all the years together in a trend line, staff would have to adjust this on an ongoing basis. Take out the word quarterly, right? This is not a once you do it, we don't do it the first time and we let the trend line continue because the data in the trend line is useless if we don't hit 100% accuracy every time, correct?
Correct, absolutely.
Okay. So, Councilor McCann, just saying those points, I want to amend your amendment just to move the benchmarks on those simple ones. So my amendment would basically be to replace your 0, 1, 2, and 3% parameters with 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, and if staff feel comfortable, the half percentage points in between those. I don't really need to list them out. So essentially 1.5 through 4.5 in half percent intervals, so you still get good data sets that are malleable, and changing the number 8 years to 20 years. And then Mr. Millar would, just the way it was asked, and Councilor McCann had our back in this one the other week, and hopefully I'm having his back on this one. 18 months was a reasonable time for staff to come back for the water. What would be a reasonable time for staff to come back with the first iteration of that trend line?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, if council wished to have this completed before June of next year, we could certainly have an update done by then. If not, then I would suggest certainly early on in the new term of council.
Okay. I say this as a joke. If you want to gift it for my birthday, May 26th, you're more than happy to, Councilor McCann. But yeah, Q4 of 2022 sounds realistic. So Mayor Lehman, through you, I would be changing, the amendment to the amendment would be changing the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3 to 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and changing the number 8 years to 20 years. A line that says, or replacing the budget for the budget request for the first general committee meeting of June 2022.
Okay, we have an amendment to the amendment, as Councilor Morales has indicated. I guess I want to start by just going to staff, though, because I think both the original amendment and this one are supposing a certain approach or outcome, and I guess I want to clarify exactly the information that you gentlemen are looking for. In the long-range financial plan modeling, it's my understanding, I guess I should ask Mr. Miller, it's my understanding the tax rate is kind of the output. It's like you come up with a capital plan, you look at what funds the city has to pay for that plan, and you then forecast what the operating expenditures associated with that plan are, and the debt charges associated with it, and all the user fees, and all the new assessment, and all the new operating expenses all go into the black box, and out comes a forecast tax increase in the roadmap for that year. But it's the output, right? Okay. So if then the amendment supposes to use the tax rate as an input, to say we're going to start from the end point and work it back. I guess maybe this is a question to, I'll start with you, Councilor Morales, just because it's you moved the amendment to the amendment, it's on the floor. Is your expectation that staff would provide a reduced capital plan that would spit out, for example, the 1.5 number you're looking for, that they would keep cutting the capital forecast and/or city existing services until they got to a point where it was producing 1.5 a year for 20 years?
Great question, Mayor Lehman. I love algebra. And Councillor Alwyn brought this up earlier as well, because he had concerns about the pattern effect. The reason I didn't have that in my information is I was under the understanding Councillor McCann was then going to bring forward subsequent amendments that addressed us identifying capital projects in a Saturday workshop, which would address that concern. So I'm not setting the end goal and then telling staff, tell us what the consequences are and work within those parameters. It's my understanding that his subsequent amendments are going to allow us to basically, like think of a futuristic, computer where you're moving the needle, you're playing game theory, you're moving the numbers in dynamic reporting. We're now moving the tax rate, which you're right is one of many factors. And then a Saturday workshop, I'll wait for the amendment, and if it's not adequate, I'll amend accordingly. And that is another lever that we are moving that will get us to that intended goal. So this is not in isolation, it's an expectation of a further amendment by Councillor McCann.
Okay, I guess then I'll ask the question of Mr. Miller with the amendment to the amendment. You've just said, I think, that by June of next year, that modeling could be completed based on turning it around?
So through you, Mayor Lehman, if once council approves the 2022 budget and 10-year plan, if you choose, we can then take that information as the basis then to redo the long-range financial plan report, and we could come back by June if that's the wish. We would also need the help at this point of a consultant to help us do that, but I think it's within the realm that we could have it done by June.
Okay. So if I might just, and I'll come to you, Councillor McCann, on the amendment to the amendment. If the goal here is to put us on a path with lower tax increases and get the scenarios that we want to see what the implications, what it would take to do that. What's not going to get done, because it's really driven by the capital plan, right? So if this capital plan is far too expensive for us in terms of debt or tax increases or both, and we want scenarios that say, give us ones that produce less debt or lower tax increases or both, which I do, then I think you got to say, give us those scenarios. I mean, I think the issue here, and maybe you're going to get to this with your second amendment, Councillor McCann, but I'm not sure telling staff to go do that work based on the output. Number one, I'm not sure it's the right way to do it. Number two, it sounds like it's going to take a really long time. And so if the goal is to inform tonight's discussion, obviously that's not going to happen. So you may want to refer the plan or something like that, and we can have the discussion with, for example, the benefit of the budget. But we wouldn't want to leave this whole matter tonight till June. So I'm not sure what the objective is of doing that form of modeling, but my suggestion to you, consider, and I'll go to you next, Councilor McCann, is to withdraw these amendments just for now, deal with the capital spend, which is what's driving the problem, and talk about that. And then we can always come back and ask for more modeling or something like that if that discussion doesn't produce what you're searching for. So it's a process suggestion, I guess. We're on the amendment to the amendment, which is to change the scenarios. Go ahead, Councilor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I'm reading the room, and I see that there's not an appetite, and maybe it's an unrealistic ask in my part. So I'm going to change my amendment, Councilor Morales, and you tell me if you would like to support that.
Procedurally, Mayor Lehman, aren't we on the amendment?
The amendment to the amendment's on the floor, so it is just the discussion of whether we want to change the numbers in it at the moment, Councilor McCann. So what's on the floor right now is, do you want to change it to 20 or 1.5 to 4.5?
I guess I'm going to change my amendment simpler moving forward for the 9 years. So I'm going to say no to yours, and I'm going to change mine just to make this clear and easier to follow.
Okay, on the amendment to the amendment, next I have Councilor Natalie Harris and then Councilor Gary Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm actually just going to listen to a little bit more before, I might get my answer in a second, so I'll listen.
Councilor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't quite look at this as quite the doom and gloom conversation that we're having. Staff has provided with a pretty detailed report based off of what Watson's has provided. Whether we like what Watson's has provided or not is a whole other conversation, I guess, because obviously their initial report, even dated back as far as 2014, wasn't necessarily accurate to what present day is presenting to us. But when it comes to the decisions that we have to make, I really do appreciate the direction and the conversation that Councillor McCann brought up, because every year at budget time we're having to make pretty important critical decisions on the fly when it comes to what we're going to support, what we're not going to support, based on the present day's percentage that we all feel comfortable in approving as a tax increase to our residents. Maybe not a full staff report, but maybe something more in line of a memo. But I think that type of information is quite critical to us leading into budget time, and will probably simplify things for all of us. If there's even some type of a direction as to, if we were to start removing items, what priority would staff place on those items that are going to be removed? So that way, in that long range, it's not having an impact and a domino effect on some of these critical pieces that we need, whether it's to continue to make sure we have the infrastructure in place for our growth areas, or within other areas. And we always keep hearing about we're not paving enough roads. So I think that type of information is key, especially, I really do like the idea of us having a one-day workshop or a whole weekend workshop, whatever it works out to. And it might actually really speed up the whole process, because we're a few years into this now, so it's not quite as daunting as it was when it was the first year for me to try and decipher through about 10 or 11 inches of paper and decide which priorities are best to move forward with. So just wondering, Mr. Miller, would it be within the parameters? Obviously, we don't have a lot of time to play with here, but would that type of information be able to be provided to us, let's say in the next 4 weeks, whenever this weekend session is going to take place, to be able to allow council to make some more informed decisions, opposed to what I really say is making decisions on the fly, the way we've had to with debating whether a project is good, bad, or indifferent.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. Good question. There is, as you know, you described the rather large binders that you do get. There is quite a bit of information in those reports and some of the projects. So you do have some of the information readily available in front of you. If you want, and I won't get into the description of the city's prioritization process that we go through in the capital plan, but there is a pretty robust process in terms of prioritizing greatest needs from asset management, looking at council's strategic plan, looking at the growth plan. Michelle's sitting here beside me. There is a lot of work that goes on with the growth team and Bala's team to understand, and including the development community as to what are the needed capital projects that need to be built. And I've had the pleasure of sitting in those meetings, and I can tell you they are happening. So there has been a lot of good information and work done put into the budget, and that information is there. I do agree it is a large document and sometimes hard to sort that through. So just from that piece of it, if council wishes to have more sessions to understand what more detailed conversation of what's in the capital plan, I would defer. I'd certainly be willing to have that, and defer to the clerk and your own schedules if you want to make that happen.
Great, thank you. Yeah, no, I think that would be extremely helpful, especially even at some level, whether it's looking at it from a high level, but at least some type of a memo that would prioritize, because I don't know of any council that's probably accepted a budget that's been presented to them any time in history. You know that there's always going to be some things that are going to be removed, other things that are going to be added, and I'm sure this year is probably going to be no different than any other years gone past, and I think it'd be critical to have that information, especially on those projects on a priority basis, because there's probably a good likelihood that one or two, if not even more, may become part of a discussion to have it removed from the budget because there might be some other priorities. And obviously I agree with Councillor McCann to think that consultants come forward and recommended a 5.9% increase at any point in time is just asinine. It's just over the top to think that any municipality is ever going to approve something that high.
Well, it has happened before in our history, but I would, on your process point, Councillor Harvey, and working towards some direction here, members of General Committee, the amendment that's on the floor is to request specific scenarios, so I will pull us back to just deal with that. But to your point, though, Councillor Harvey, I think we're getting closer to the real issue here, which is a 20-year capital plan that we can't afford. And the consultants warned us that, and our staff have given us 5 strategies. And that's really the guts of what tonight is about, is do we approve these 5 strategies or not? Do we want more information? Because we may need more, or we may need to go further than the strategies here, or not. But I think to your point, and I think several others have made it around the scenarios or the information that council has, we don't have the budget yet. And I think it's been referenced again tonight a couple of times. The approval of that capital plan is part of the budget. So the point at which we say yes to the first half of what's in the long-range financial plan pressures is the budget. So I'd tend to agree with you just on the process point that if we wanted to do a workshop whenever it works out for schedule purposes, close to the time of the budget, after it's been presented to us, and I think it was Councillor Morales on the amendment made the point on his amendment in introducing it that let's remember half of our budget is service partners. Half of the tax increase comes from service partners. And so hearing from them, the 3 of them that are coming and presenting to us, is going to be really important because they have capital plans and particularly in the case of the police and operating pressure, which affects our tax rate very significantly, right? So all of that to say, however we end up this discussion, Council, I mean, we're talking now about what information we want. I think our staff are saying the information that's in these amendments is going to take longer than the budget. I am suggesting, though, the idea here is a good one, which is that we workshop the capital plan, set aside more time, get more information about the capital plan, because that is ultimately what's driving the forecast of debt and tax increases that none of us like. Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Your original point about backing down your amendment, again, we're still on the amendment to the amendment. I appreciate your sentiment and thank you for the communication, just the way you're going to tell us there's a workshop coming, which is why I didn't go there. I believe this is not, there's no need to back down on this. We, members of council, we need to step up. The comment was said earlier that waiting for June might be too long, but I also disagree with that, and here's why. As has been said, we never know the implication that a current budget is going to have on our long-range term plan, like a current, like year to year to year. We don't know. We just make these decisions. Watson comes back every 4 or 5 years and goes, oh, you kicked the ball so far down the field, now I'm gonna move your goalposts. And then we just keep being reactive. You got us down the right path on this, just the way we did with water, just the way we've all been wanting to do. So this is a good discussion. I do think we need to step up and not back down on this, and this is why. These are the factors that control where we're gonna land. Tax rates, so I'm gonna use an example, let's say 3%. Other revenue, so that can be bus fares, that can be debt payments, et cetera. More or less, that's, sorry, not debt payments, revenue, parking revenue, that is more or less static. Obviously, that fluctuates up and down, but that's not materially, that it does not affect it. Capital spending, so basically stuff to build and stuff to fix. The tax base, AKA more units. Our tax assessment grows, we have 1,000 new homes in 4 years. They are paying anywhere between $3,800 to $6,500 in new taxes, assuming residential. That is increasing our tax base. And then the final one is DCs. So when I look at that pie, and maybe Mr. Millar might be like, you're missing 1 or 2, but I believe I got the big ones in there, that is what moves the needle. I find out that, you know what, we can't afford that shiny new building that we wanted. No, we can't afford that addition to something, and I'm not picking on any specific projects, I'm trying to keep it macro. That is information we need to have, because we can't make those decisions in isolation. We can't make it in isolation from our service partners and have them expect that every year they're just not gonna get picked on, and that's not smart long-range planning. That's kicking the ball down every year, sometimes making it political accidentally. So I agree with the sentiments. I'm just saying that I don't believe in withdrawing this amendment. That's why I outlined those specifically, and I'll go over them again very quickly. Tax rates, other revenues, capital spending, tax base, and DCs. My expectation, not my desire, is that if staff come back to that and say, move the needle on tax rate and do it to 20 years and tell us what are the implications for essentially being in a fiscally sustainable situation, what it's gonna say is they're gonna recommend strong, interesting cuts, and they're going to tell us you're going to have to grow. And you're going to have to grow with density and height, because that's how you get more tax base, aka more units, and DCs in a way that allows infrastructure to be a net revenue generator instead of not paying for itself and actually causing us to further come down. I want to know the implications. So, is it unfeasible that it comes back in a couple weeks for the budget? Absolutely. Do I think June is too late? Absolutely not. Would it have been ideal to align this with the official plan that's going to set out the growth targets that are that have 2 categories in my 5-category criteria? You betcha. So that is, members of council, that is why I think a June timeline is very realistic. I'm not saying the OP is going to be done after then, but that is very prudent, and if staff can capture that, we're going to just be able to have a sober conversation about how we need to adjust tax rates, other revenue, capital spending, or more units to bring in more DCs.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Morales. On the amendment to the amendment, next I have Councilor Riepma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that this Watson report has definitely been a wake-up call for all of us around this table. And it seems to me that if what the Watson report is saying is that if you keep going this way, this is where you're going to end up. And I can certainly appreciate Councilor Morales and Councilor McCann's desire to try to move us off of that course. I think the difficulty is that the tax rate that we're talking about, whether it's 1% or 5%, is a result of the decisions that we make. It's not the input, it's the output. And so we need to have a really hard look at our capital plan, for one, to determine what the output is going to be. And it seems to me that to ask staff to produce a report that looks at what different outputs there might be, what the inputs would be, there are a lot of permutations and combinations, and many of them are a function of what our decisions and our priorities for our communities and our city are. So I don't know that it's particularly helpful to ask staff to do that exercise. I think it's interesting that the recommendations that we have in front of us, not one of them says anything about a tax rate. Because again, the tax rate is the output, not the input. And it seems to me that what we really need to focus on is those 5 items in recommendation number 3. And I suppose probably the big pieces that I see there are C, D, and E. The consultant is pretty clear that our development charges need to be adjusted. I'd like to know what that actually will result in. With respect to D, the whole phasing question in Hewitt's and in Salem, I think we really need to have a good hard look at that. Because I'd really like to know what that linkage is between what we have to spend on services versus what we get back on development charges, and can we really make that linkage really short so that we're not out of pocket? Because I think that's probably a really big part of what Watson is warning us about. And I think E part is also really key, is can we reach agreements with our builders and developers to figure out how to share the burden more reasonably so that it does not land on the taxpayer to the extent that it does today. And if we can solve those 3 particularly, I think that we will go a long ways to reaching what Councillor Morales and Councillor McCann are looking for, is a lower tax rate. And that's, I think, what we're all looking for, frankly. So those are my comments at this point.
Okay, I do have a couple more speakers, but understand, Councillor Morales, you may want to change your amendment or withdraw it.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, your earlier suggestion, we're going to scrap it because we're hearing comments that I thought we had already answered, but if councilors still having concerns, we don't want to waste people's time. So we're both going to scrap our amendments, and essentially my numbers, Councillor McCann is going to reintroduce his with just my adjusted numbers for Part A, and then he's going to flesh out, I guess, 2 and 3. That way there's no concerns, because these concerns that keep getting brought up, inputs and outputs, they're one and the same. The Amendment 2 is coming, so Councillor McCann just might as well make it one comprehensive one, because councillors keep bringing up these concerns. So Mayor Lehman, I am withdrawing my amendment, and I am going to.
Okay, so we're back on Councillor McCann's amendment. Councillor McCann, you want to withdraw what you originally put on the floor and put something else on the floor?
Correct, thank you.
Okay, we can do that. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Council, for your input. In sales, you have to make things clear, and I feel this has really got muddied. So I appreciate the input, and that's my fault. I should have made it a little clear. So I am going to amend the long-range financial plan, that we have a workshop, and that workshop will be shortly after budget. And in that workshop, I would like to see a list of 5 projects that staff feel that we can not cut, but postpone until after 2029, or until growth catches up to warrant these projects. I did a very low-hanging fruit dive, and I've found about $300 million that we really could postpone for 10 years. So I'm pretty sure that staff will find that, because growth just hasn't caught up. And you can debate why growth isn't happening, but the fact is growth isn't happening, or hasn't happened, so we need to pivot, right? So that's number 1. Number 2, it talks about, so just to be clear here, it's staff come up with 5 capital projects that have a financial impact of over $300 million that they can postpone over to 2029 or plus, and then we as council will prioritize those and discuss those and take away or add and have that in a lengthy discussion at this workshop. This is number one. Number two, I would like to take that out tonight, and I also would like to discuss that. I believe that it was Deputy Mayor Ward and maybe Michael Prowse, maybe John Bassard, I can't remember who the other council member was. Was it Michael? That this was supposed to be for the fun projects. This was supposed to be for the wants, not the needs, right? And there's a series of projects that I think that every single council member has their residents screaming that they want, right? And I think that we need to have a real good discussion of where that money's allocated. I believe it's $7 million every year. I believe there's $2.5 million that's dedicated to the theater, right? I just think we need to have some real healthy conversations at this workshop on how that money is spent and what the direction we want to go. So that's number two. Number three, it's development.
Can I just interrupt for a night for just, are you going to choose one amendment at a time, or are you introducing them all?
I think I'm going to introduce them all, Barry, because, Deputy Mayor Ward,
Can I request that they be introduced one at a time?
Well, I'd like to discuss them all, and then we can vote on them differently, because I want this council to understand my full scope, because I think we could have saved an hour of discussion
Introduce
if
them, and I'll
I...
ask that they be,
Pardon me?
introduce them, and then I'll
Sorry,
ask that they be.
so we'll let Councillor McCann go ahead and introduce everything, and then we can move to separate them, that sort of thing. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. So, number one, have staff look at the capital projects and bring 5+ projects that equal or more $300 million, that we postpone these projects, and I'd like them to prioritize what they feel, and then we, as the leaders of Barrie, will put them and prioritize them. But we need to know why we don't have this, we don't have that, because there's no growth, right? And they'll have much more understanding than many council members would. So that's number one. Number two, let's talk about the Barrie Hydro Holdings money. There's $7 million that gets out that we basically make because of some financial decisions that we made in past years. And I don't like the fact that it's going into these reserves. I would like that to be put elsewhere, but I'd like to have a healthy discussion with my colleagues, friends, where that money is spent, because quite frankly, that was designed for the wants and not the needs. Number three, let's talk about development. Development is slow, and we can figure out why that is and how that is, but we can reach out to our developing partners and figure out a solution how we can speed that up. Do we need to hire more staff? Do we need to do a variety of things to speed up development? Because I'm not sure about you, councillors, I get a lot of calls from developers, right? And so there needs to be friction, and I just need to be super clear here. Michelle Banfield is a rock star, and she is simply an amazing asset to this city. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm actually pointing the finger at our staff. I'm just problem, and we need to solve this problem, and I don't know how to solve it. So I want to have a healthy discussion with staff and my friends in college on the table. And number four, that next time Watson has a report and does a 20-year plan, that they have the average tax increase from the past 10 years. So no more 5.9%. Let's have a real report of 0 to 4.5%. Okay, so 1.5 to 4.5% moving forward. This would be a forward motion, not this year, a forward motion. So those are the four amendments I have, and Mayor Lehman, I'll leave it up to you to direct this.
Okay, so I'm clear on the first two, I think. I do want to, anyway. The third one, though, Councillor McCann, it's not clear to me what the amendment would read in terms of engaging to speed up development. What do you have in mind? Like, what's the direction that the motion would require of staff, or what is it you're looking to do?
A healthy conversation, Mayor Levin. You know, at the workshop, we have all 10 councillors plus the mayor. We're going to have all staff are going to be there, and we're going to be able to ask the hard questions. Like, what questions are you asking developers? What answers are they having? When I asked Gary Scanlon to report back to staff, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, on what best practices are, I don't see any of those answers. You know, so once again, here's council directing one of our consultants to give us information that he said he had and he didn't give back to us. So instead of publicly, you know, as I am now talking about that, I'd like to discuss that in that workshop. And for nothing more than for this council to have a better understanding, and maybe this council to have more confidence, and with confidence brings creativity, and with creativity can bring real solutions. And so this workshop will, at least as a minimum, give confidence to this council that maybe we can come up with a solution that will be a win-win-win for Barrie.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clarify though, so the third paragraph of your amendment is that, what do you want to occur at the workshop, Councillor McCann, or what do you want staff to do?
Healthy discussion on what conditions are necessary to increase or boost development in our city.
Okay, so that's really to put that item on the agenda and have our staff give us some recommendations on that, okay.
And have some, hopefully some freestyle back-to-back conversations.
Yeah, okay. And then the fourth one was, I guess, to give direction for future long-range financial plans, that they be, based on a range of tax scenarios?
Yeah, I would say it's a hybrid between Councillor Morales' and my first amendment, where next time we have a wholesome report by Watson's, or it'd be nice to have another agency have their input, is to have a range, a forecast of 1.5 to 4.5%.
Okay, so go ahead, Deputy Mayor Ward.
I'll start by asking that they be separated for discussion purposes.
Yeah.
I do want to comment too, but.
I'm sure. So yeah, thanks for introducing it all. We get a sense now of what's coming and maybe how it hangs together a little more. I do think there's four quite separate things here in the sense of what goes into the discussion of whether we want to do them. I get that it's all for a workshop, or at least the first three would be for discussion at a workshop, and I actually would love to hold that workshop. I think that's a great thought. But on the four of them, Madam Clerk, remind me of procedure. We're at general. Do we actually need a motion of general committee to separate the items?
No, Mayor Lehman, only if you're going to be voting on them. If you want to vote on them separately, like you would call them separately, but for discussion, you can just talk, you can just discuss.
I think we do want to vote on
I think we do want to vote on them separately. That's the point, yeah.
Oh, sorry, my misunderstanding. Then I probably would discuss them separately.
Yeah, but do we need a motion to decide to do that?
My apologies. No, you don't need a motion to do
Okay,
that.
all right. So we will handle them separately. Go ahead. Councillor McCann still has the floor if you want to speak to this anymore, or was that it? You're good? Okay. Deputy Mayor Ward, why don't we start with the first one? The first one was that, we'll assume that we're having a workshop for the purpose of discussing the amendment.
Thank you. And I really like the idea
discuss-
of sitting down and discussing what the capital projects are, because I mean, it was a theme when I was reading the Watson report. I had in my mind, what are these projects? Why are we spending so much money? So I really like the idea of having a workshop. I guess I don't want to limit it to 5 projects. I have staff. I want to hear about not everything that's in the pipe, but I want a really good overview of what's coming down, and even some more input on staff as to what we can get out of and what we can't get out of. For example, let's say the Dunlop Street overpass. I'm not sure if we can get out of that. We've already signed commitments. The province is going ahead with theirs. I don't think if this council decided, yeah, we're not going to do the Dunlop overpass, I don't think we can. So I'd really like an outline from staff as to what's coming down the pipe. What do we have to do, what we have an option of not doing, or what we have an option of delaying. So I don't want to limit it to the 5. If they want to make a recommendation, sure, but I don't want to limit the discussion to 5. So would you be okay with having them tell us everything that's coming down the pipe, all the major projects?
Mayor? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Yeah, if I could just be candid with you, Deputy Mayor Ward, I am not holding the staff's feet to the fire for 5. I do think that Michael Prowse said $120 million kind of gets us out of jail, quote unquote, right? But so I'm just thinking, for plan for the worst, hope for the best. If we had a $300 million spend that we could defer for 10 years, and the reason why I say 10 years and not 20 is that this city is going to be a completely different city in 10 years, right? Let's pray to God that the city is going to have development, and things are going to happen like a tidal wave. So that's why I put 2029. So to answer your question, yes, I'm open, but would you be open to 300 million? Just so I don't want to have a weekend workshop. I like to have a day workshop, and the more information that we put in, the more discussion we're going to have. And I just think that if staff were to prioritize this number, which I'm happy to go with you, to go back and forth with you, but to me, 5 and 300, that's what I found. But would you be open to a number?
Sorry, well, I'm not sure what the 300 million is.
I found 5 projects that equal $300 million that I think that we
sorry.
pushed off, but I don't want to discuss them tonight, and I think that's what staff are going to come to. I've had some discussions with senior staff, and I'm pretty sure that I'm aligned with them, but I'd like this to be their report, not mine. So are you up for a number or projects, or would you just like them to have a big, long list?
I'd like to see, let's say, every capital project was, I'm throwing out another number, like every capital project worth more than $5 or $10 million coming up in it.
How about within the next, how about every project that's scheduled to be developed in the next, by 2029?
Well, I don't want every project because we've got a lot
Over
of,
$1 million.
or some number. I'm not sure, maybe we can ask. I'm not sure if millions even
Okay,
too low.
may
But
I
anyways.
suggest, members, there's a little bit of boil in the ocean, so why don't we let our expert staff, hearing the discussion, the goal here is to make a material impact in the capital plan, which it means we're not shifting around a few $100,000. We want to look at scenarios that involve substantial change to the roadmap. Councillor McCann's amendment that's on the floor said 5 projects with 300 million, greater than 300 million in value. I would just take the number 5 out, Councillor McCann, Deputy Mayor Ward, and just say with greater than $300 million, list of projects with greater than $300 million value. And the reason for that is, I think staff may want to say to us, actually, there's a bunch of stuff that falls in range or 1 million range, but those would be the lowest priorities. And we still want to do the $120 million rec center. I can tell you, that's the biggest, one of the biggest elephants in the room, is the 2 rec centers. I mean, those 2 together are probably 300 million.
Just
But-
one rec center, you mean?
It could be 2. That's the point. There's one in Salem, one in Hewitt.
That was a joke.
So, oh, okay, all right. So I'm sure we're all going to have thoughts on this, but the point would be maybe just take out that number 5 and let our staff come back and get us the list.
Yeah.
Can I just ask
Is that
one more
okay?
question of clarification too? And that was, you said, your wording said, after budget, hold this workshop. I wasn't quite sure of the timing of it.
You know,
You mean after we pass our budget or after we get our budget?
well, that could actually be up for debate. I mean, I would like to see this before budget, but I'm sensing from a few councillors, and especially the mayor, that he thinks that this may be best for after budget. The idea came to me on Friday, so, I mean, I haven't processed this for weeks, you know, so I'm definitely open. We can have 2 workshops. I think, personally, I'd like it before the budget, but maybe I can get some insight from maybe the mayor or Michael.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Well, actually, my view, Councilor McCann, is it would be better before.
Okay.
My concern was that the amendment that we were debating a minute ago, it wasn't going to be possible to have that information. This information, I'm reasonably confident our staff could provide in 3 weeks, a month, if we were having a workshop, say at the end of November, after we've received the budget presentation binder, that information, and they get us that prior to the budget debate. I mean, we are going to run up against the council schedule, but I actually think if the purpose of the amendment, this first paragraph, and I think actually I'm going to support it, but the point is to workshop the capital plan, then we should do that before the 2022 budget. Absolutely.
Just, Mr. Miller had mentioned that we're getting, general committee for budget will be the 30th of November, right? And then the council will be the 6th of December. So I'm just wondering, should we bump the budget by 2 weeks, or can we have this done, the workshop and the information done before the 30th of November?
So I'll jump in here since we just went through this all with the senior staff. I think we would try and schedule it before the budget general committee discussion on the 30th. And we can poll members of council as to what appropriate time slots would be to make sure we have a thorough amount of time to do it. My thought on process, members of general committee, would be to do it before the general committee debate, but not far before, preferably that week before the general
Monday.
committee debate. So the last week of November. Mr. Previs.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of committee, I think the clerk is working her calendar, but I think November 20th is a Saturday. Wendy, I'm just wondering if you could confirm whether that,
Mayor Lehman, November 20th, this is Saturday, and members of council would have had their binders for 2 weeks prior to this date, and then that would give time for any amendments to be crafted before that November 29th date.
Yeah, but the budget presentation itself is the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. When are the service partners here?
The initial budget presentation is actually next Monday,
Yeah.
the 8th. The service partners are coming on the 25th.
No, that can't be
sorry,
correct.
no. Sorry, let me just look at my calendar again, sorry. 22nd,
Okay,
sorry.
so at the risk of us getting into a scheduling exercise in the middle of a general committee meeting, I think it's important, though, from a process point of view. I would like to see it before the budget. I'm seeing relative nods on that matter around the table. Perhaps you might leave that with the clerk and myself to try and schedule, but if the goal is to workshop the capital plan with the benefit of all the information that will be presented to us over the next several weeks, I think we would look at finding that date in the last sort of week or so before the general committee debate.
The 28th.
It could be the 28th, sure. Yeah, if we were to do the weekend. I think we should poll to see if we can do a daytime, but members may not be able to do that due to employment, which is totally fine. So on the amendments, though, back that are on the floor, Councillor McCann, would you take Deputy Mayor Ward's friendly to remove the number 5 and just say over 300 in value, list of projects?
I would have never agreed to anything that Barry Ward. Absolutely, for sure.
Okay. So that is paragraph A at the moment of Councillor McCann's amendment. Further discussion on that, I have Councillor Jim Harris and then Councillor Morales. Did you indicate on this one? No. Councillor Jim Harris, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So my shorthand is not so great, so I'm trying to keep track. What I gather is there's a fairly good consensus in having that meeting to get together. And when I look at the 4 items, at least 3 of them seem like items for the meeting. So if the motion was to get together to have a meeting and the agenda was to include a review of potential projects that could be suspended, a review of the Barrie Hydro Holdings expenses or plans, and how we can speed up development, that would seem like 3 agenda content for the meeting. So I'm not sure where the Watson one reports, but that could be a conversation. But so I don't recall in the motion if it expressly said to have a meeting. If I missed that, I apologize. But if that's a friendly to add to the front end.
Yeah, I wasn't too clear in the wording either. So, Councillor McCann, was your intent here for those 3 paragraphs to really be the agenda items for the workshop?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, great. Then, thank you. With that clarity, that seems to make sense, and it kind of harkens back. We're thinking of our strategic planning day that we held at the beginning of this council, where we really set kind of the direction for this term, and probably a good time to maybe do a reset. So, with that understanding that the meeting will hold those as agenda items, then I can support that as well.
Next, I have Councillor Aylwin, and then Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. First of all, can you read the exact wording of what we're discussing right now? I just had a really hard time following.
Yeah, fair. I don't actually have it. So, Councillor McCann, did you have exact wording for this amendment?
Well, if history serves me correctly, don't you think I'd have this all prepared?
Yeah.
So maybe
No
I can
comment.
help out Councillor Aylwin. It's going to be a workshop. There's going to be 3 main points. The first point is going to be that staff come with a list of capital projects that are $300 million or more that would be postponed to past 2029. That's number 1. Clear? Number 2 is that we take out 3.
I think we're just on the first one right now, right, Mayor Lehman?
Yeah, we're
Sorry
discussing
to
them
interrupt.
separately. But to be fair, Councillor Aylwin, Councillor Harris just made the point that the first 3 paragraphs are really the agenda for a special meeting of general committee. And so paragraphs B and C would be the next two items on the agenda for that general committee meeting.
So that,
So-
would like me to give you some clarity on that?
Sure.
And so B would be that we look at the Barrie Hydro Holdings, which I believe averages around $7 million per year, and we look for projects, we look for strategies where we allocate that money and have a healthy discussion. Clear?
You can keep going.
Point of order, Mayor Lehman, can I
Yep.
just ask a really quick question? And then maybe it might help.
Yeah.
Would it make more sense to just defer this until after our meeting? Because
Oh, we're going to have to end up there, yes.
Right? All of most of the points are going to be on the agenda that we're going to sit around and talk about. So why would we fiddle with this if we could come back on a fulsome discussion and then vote on this?
Yeah, I was going to wait for the discussion on whether people wanted to do it, but I'm sensing, like you are, Councillor Harris, that general committee would like to do this. We certainly can't pass the long-range financial plan if we're going to discuss these items. So yeah, you're absolutely right. The whole item would need to be deferred.
Yeah.
I think the amendment, though, if I'm not quite clear on it myself, but I think the point of the amendment was just to set out now
Okay.
an agenda for a special meeting of general committee, because our staff are going to have to prepare a fair amount of information for
Okay,
us
so I
to do
understand that
that.
now.
And
And
they have reminded me many times, they need specific direction from general committee as to what information a general committee is expecting to have for that day.
And then after that?
And then
maybe?
after that, we would probably need to defer the balance of the long-range financial plan by motion.
I personally would feel comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Just a point of clarity, Mayor Lehman, if Councillor Elwin's having difficulty following along, whether it's sound or just by the discussion happening in the chambers, the people at home are probably also having trouble following along. Maybe Councillor McCann and the clerk could work on this written form. We take a 5-minute break, then it can be read and it's clear.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, Councillor Thompson. Thanks for that suggestion. We'll take a 5-minute recess to allow the councillor to write out his amendment, and then we will come back on the floor.
Robert? Sure.
members of General Committee, we'll start again in 30 seconds. Okay, members of General Committee, I will call us back to order. Councillor Aylwin had the floor when we recessed, but I know Madam Clerk now has the exact wording of the proposed amendment, so I'll just get Ms. Cook to read that.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. The first amendment would say that a special general committee be scheduled for the purpose of A, reviewing the capital plan to present a list of recommended projects that total 300 million or more that can be postponed until after 2029, the allocation of the BHHI dividend, and conditions to speed up development. And then a separate paragraph would be that the next time a long-term financial plan is presented to council, that the range of tax scenario forecasts 1.5 to 4.5, include 1.5 to 4.5, and indicate how these increases would affect reserves, debt level, capital spending, and user fees.
Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Is it possible that the clerk can email that to all of council? So we have it in front of us?
It's on its way.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we're on paragraph 1 then, or are we on the motion entirely?
Ms. Cook has crafted, I think you had 2 paragraphs there, did you not? The first one being the agenda for the workshop with the 3 items, and then the second paragraph being the direction for future long-range financial plans. This might be easier once you see the text, so...
Yeah, so are we discussing the first paragraph right now is my question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions for staff. I'm not sure who's best to answer it, maybe Mr. Miller. So what information beyond what we get in our capital budget binders and the long-range capital plan would we be getting at this meeting? What additional information would we be getting with the wording of this motion?
Mr. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Owen. Thank you for the question. First thing tomorrow, we'll be dissecting the motion, but from what I am understanding, I think you'll be getting a very detailed list of projects that includes the forecast for the 10-year period. I believe there was a recommendation that staff recommend which projects council could consider moving, so we would provide that as well.
Thank you. And I have a question for, I guess it would be the clerk. What difference would there be between this special general committee meeting to discuss our capital plan and the normal budget deliberations where we discuss the capital plan?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin. The difference would be is that we're actually just focusing on the capital plan and the 3 items that are on the agenda, the proposed agenda for the workshop. The rest of the capital plan and all the operating budget would be part of the regular budget deliberations.
Okay, so just for clarification, we wouldn't be looking at the entire capital plan during this special meeting, just the information that staff brings back, I guess, a list of recommended projects that total over 300 million or more that can be postponed until after 2029. We'd just be discussing that list that staff brought back to us.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Aylwin, yes, that is my understanding about how the meeting would operate.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rowe, and I have Councillor Kungle next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good discussion, points of clarity. Considering we were at around the agenda, I guess my comment would be knowing that a day can go pretty fast around where we're spending our time, and I'm hoping that perhaps the priority will be on really digging into the capital component. I do see an opportunity for us to continue the conversation around how do we speed up development on things specific to what do we decide around capital when the budget's finalized, and then also what do we look at incentivizing development in the new OP. So I think it's probably an ongoing conversation. With respects to the Watson report, I was pleased with that, the policies coming back and the tool. I didn't see it as necessary to be too prescriptive about that tool at this stage. I'd really love for us to dig into that and look at that again, or at least have some intentional conversations about how are we setting in the outcome of the budget for 2022 that we decide on, and then forecasting out. And while I appreciate the interest of 1.5 to 4.5%, I wanted just to get staff, if they could confirm, what was the percent of the budget cap that we actually gave to service providers? I believe it was 1.95. Is that correct?
Are you talking about the budget direction provided to service partners?
Yeah.
Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of General Committee, I'll have to pull up the exact motion, but it was within that range, plus the 0.75% DERF was to be included, but I'll get you the full motion.
Okay, thank you. And that was just, I recalled 1.95 last year that we asked service providers like the health unit and otherwise, and then I think up that, or at least 2% for this year. So I'd want that at least to be part of our consideration about what we typically see from service providers and what we've typically asked as a tax cap, just so we're being realistic about those year-over-year increases. So I'm glad to see this direction, happy to commit time to that, but I'm very excited to be actually spending dedicated time on the capital component. Happy to support this change. My last question, and I don't know if we will, I don't believe I'll get an answer tonight, but the thing that comes top of mind when I'm thinking about capital are those things that are not in the forecast. So very clearly, it identified that the hospital capital ask in Georgian College forecasting asks are not included. I'm not sure if we are here in the 2022 year, and I'd love for part of that agenda, if there's time, or at least an understanding if there's not time. Is this a closed door conversation once we decide on the 2022 budget, if there's an ask that comes in here? What is the conversation since we approved, I believe, $52 million the last time the ask came, to being a regional hospital, to being part of Simcoe County? And what strategic and healthy conversations do we need to have about what is within our responsibility? And with the downloading of different funding responsibilities to municipalities, what role do we want to play at a council level to be speaking with the province around A, what is realistic and appropriate to be asking of municipalities, and B, not just the capital, but who is responsible and what is the long-term utilization costs of an expanded hospital from roads and other infrastructure that we bear the burden of over time. So I'm keen to understand, we don't have those knowns, but where are we having that conversation, and where is it appropriate to expect us to be forecasting that in? Hot
Great
potato.
point, Councillor Kungle. No, it's a very, very good point, and I was seeing some nods around the table because that is one of those wrenches that gets thrown in, when an ask can come mid-year. And as for when that might arrive, I don't think either organization has scheduled a presentation yet, but I certainly do expect the local share for the expansion of the hospital to be an ask of council at some point and in the near future. I'm not aware of an ask coming from Georgian College, although I keep hearing about that, but not from Georgian College. Mm-hmm. So I'm sort of inclined to think, especially given what we heard in the presentation last week, it's perhaps more the hospital ask, which naturally would be much larger anyway. So I guess to answer your point, and on the amendment, I wouldn't try and maybe work that into that discussion at the workshop without knowing what we're facing, but it's an incredibly important issue. And I mean, I can imagine our discussions on one or more asks from outside of our core responsibilities, whatever they might be, would be worth a lot of time. So I don't know if your intention was to amend this to add that to the workshop, but I guess I would hesitate to do that because I suspect it's a heavy agenda already, and rather maybe we do need to address that as a separate point and or separate time for general committee to consider it.
So in follow-up, Your Worship, I would be pleased if, although it didn't hit the agenda, that it is built into it, the capital conversation at some point in time. I would be interested if by the time we have the workshop, if staff can give any indication of if it would be appropriate to engage stakeholders to start to get a sense of be forecasted within the 2022 year. And then what is our messaging about what is an open door about what year we have an appetite, depending on when the ask comes in, to consider funding. And so there's some clear expectations, no surprises, but we understand where that might fall and can maybe have different strategic conversations about who needs to be around the table from a cost-sharing perspective. And RVH comes to mind. The other one that also comes to mind is now that we're doing our service agreement, I believe, gets renewed with the county. Do we have an awareness of when the formula that we're tied into might project? I believe that will be November, I'm assuming, but when we can actually see that and make sure that comes forward to all of council for clarity about what actually gets identified in the formula for our share as a City of Barrie to the Simcoe County.
That was something I discussed with our CAO today. I do believe, however, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Proust, that conversation is probably in the latter half of 2022, yes? Yeah. So, hugely important issue. Completely correct, Councillor Congo, probably one for next year rather than this workshop, but thanks for that. So on the amendments, though, you raised the point, we should be aware of all the big capital asks that are coming, regardless of where they're coming from. And I guess I would commit, for what it's worth, to trying to make sure that council has the best information we can get from all of those partners. And I'm sure our staff would try and get the best information they can get for council too by the time of the workshop, since we're talking about the capital plan. Others on the amendment, talking specifically now about, I would like to separate still the two paragraphs of the amendment. By now you should have it, members of General Committee, in front of you. The first one being the agenda for the Special General Committee, the second, or the workshop, the second one being the parameters of the long-term financial plan. So just on that first paragraph, I'll take more comments or questions. I have a couple myself. Okay, if we don't have any, I am going to support this amendment. In fact, there's a couple of pieces of this that I've been working on as well prior to the meeting. I'm really actually glad to see it. A couple of comments, though, that I think are important. I think the allocation of the BHI dividend, that's a good conversation that we do need to have. I thought we could do it at Finance Committee. Probably saves us a step to do it at a special general, so good. The first paragraph, or the first item on the agenda, I'll speak to in a second. Then the conditions to speed up development. I mean, this is a constant refrain from the development community to say, oh, the city is holding us up. Respectfully, I think there may be things holding them up, but I don't believe too much of that is our planning department or our building department. Over the years, we have, as a council, invested in growth, invested in staff growth in those departments to ensure that we could bring forward the development applications. And you all know how much time you've been spending sitting around the table on planning applications to move them forward. So are we perfect? I'm sure we're not. Are our processes what has caused this slowdown in the pace of development? I question that. But it can't hurt to engage and ask. And notwithstanding, our staff do that constantly. Ms. Banfield works with the development community constantly. we often only get the calls when somebody's upset about something. We don't necessarily hear, this went really fast and the city is great. So I do want the answers. I think number 3 is a good discussion to have. I'm sure there are occasions where there are developers who are unhappy about one or another of our processes, and we can always get better. So it's never a bad discussion to have. The first one I do want to speak to a little bit. And it's funny, you know, I mentioned the 2014 Watson report, and members of council, that includes Deputy Mayor Ward, Mr. Prowse at the time, and shortly after that, Councillors Morales and McCann came on board after the 2014 election. This plan was originally presented in the spring of that year. But, you know, it did, I think it's ironic that its forecasted tax increases were actually higher in some cases than what's being forecast in the 2021 plan. And, you know, without going over the same ground, I think the point is the LFRP, which is, or LRFP that's on the table tonight, is subject to council's decisions. And the councils over the last 2 councils since that 2014 plan have made different decisions, which have resulted in average tax increases of 2.7%, not 5.9%, which is what was in that report. But the point that I wanted to make, and I'm really glad to see the new amendment, is before we assume that there's a revenue problem and go back to our residents and say we're going to make your housing less affordable by raising taxes, I think we need to say, look at whether we have a spending problem. Because what's in this long-range financial plan, the burn rate, the annual capital budget for the city in this plan, as presented by Watson, the 2021 forecast, this is table 6.1 in the plan, assumes a $325 million a year capital budget every year. That's 3 times what we are spending today. And it is twice what was forecast in 2014. So somehow, in 7 years, the forecast capital costs have doubled. And I know that we've received new growth forecasts. I know that 2031 to 41 is new. And that's why that amendment from Deputy Mayor Ward was really important, because there's a whole 10 years of capital planning here that we've never seen before. And by the way, we've never blessed it. This is a long-range financial plan that forecasts based on assumptions of what we're going to build from 2031 to 2041. That has never been a discussion that we've had. So it's a great idea to have it. And my real concern, before we ever get to the question of how are we going to pay for it, that's the wrong question to ask first. The right question to ask first is, what are we paying for? And do we need it? Do we need it on this timeline? And then we can get to the issue of how are we going to pay for it? So, I actually think the report was pretty good. I think it gave us strategies to fix the problem as they see it. It gave us a sense of what they went all the way down the line. This is my fifth long-range financial plan, 4th. And this time there's way more information. But the number that leapt out at me, and we really haven't had time to delve into this, so I'm really glad council's going to do that, is that this document, this forecast for $8.4 billion over 20 years, of which 6.5 is tax supported, which is a $325 million capital plan, is twice the rate of spending, more than from the previous plan, and almost 3 times what we're spending today. We cannot afford that. So it is going to require tough choices. I think everybody's using that phrase. But before we get to tough choices, I want to know what's there, because I know that a lot of that pressure, those big numbers that caused this big jump from the last plan, are in the out years. They're in the second 10 years of the forecast. Because now we're looking at a city that's going to grow by another 50,000 people, and it's going to need X, Y, Z more. I don't know what that is. Another rec center? 3 more fire stations? I don't know what it is. So council needs to know what that is and delve into that. But to bring this all back to tonight, the reason I'm going to support this, and I was somewhat uncomfortable with proceeding with the full plan as it was that I am not yet clear myself as the mayor of the city what we are putting ourselves on a path to accomplish, especially in that second decade. The first decade, we're going to get in our budget binder, which we're going to get next Monday. And we're going to make some of those tough decisions as early as this budget. But we need to set policies to be prepared to build what's necessary. And as I said today to a media inquiry, to fix more of what we've got before we build more new stuff. I mean, we absolutely, we've been reminded of this time and again. And hey, I'm the one who brought forward the cut to the DERF last year because of the COVID situation. We're going to have to restore at least the majority of that this year and get back on the right path. But I'm not sure where this roadmap takes us yet. So just to extend the analogy, the first part of the map, I think we understand. The next 10 years of development, we know there are certain things that the city of Barrie will need over the next 10 years. But the second 10, which are putting us on a very unsustainable path, I think, both in terms of the impact on our residents and taxes and the amount of debt, I got a lot of questions. So let's have a workshop. Great idea. But I want us to approach it. We have a spending problem that we want to address first, because the revenue problem only comes from the spending decisions. And if the spending can't be changed and we still have the revenue problem, okay, then we got to delve into what's the right balance of debt or DCs or not, and the implications in terms of taxes. But to me, the right question to ask is, why do we now have a plan in front of us that doubles capital spending, and is that necessary? So let's do it at a workshop. So on the amendment, Councilor Morales, yeah?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I know you typically speak first, but seeing Councilor Alwynstein and myself, so much to unpack there that it brought up some good questions. Ms. Banfield, I have a question so we're just doing number 1 with the 3 bullet points to clarify? Okay. So for the last bullet point, Ms. Banfield, conditions to speed up development, example, questions that are being asked. So as written, are members of council just going to be asking you and related staff, hey, what questions are being asked? And then you're telling us from your perspective? Is that the scope of that section in the workshop?
Respectfully, I'm not sure they've had a chance to think about how they might answer the question since it just got introduced.
That's
But are you asking what Ms. Banfield would be able to provide?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Banfield?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Morales, I suppose I could provide you with some of the improvements that we have made to the planning process and to the development review process. I can likely give you some examples that have gone well, probably a couple of examples that have had some pinch points and how we reacted to those changes. And again, we'll definitely brainstorm as a staff after this meeting tonight to make sure that the workshop is time well spent.
Okay. Perfect. So I really appreciate hearing perspective from planning department. Again, and it's been said today, you and the planning department are rock stars. To improve the quality of the data, I also want to hear from the industry themselves. However, I don't want to delay the workshop. So I'm wondering if there's a possibility, and I'm not trying to amend this amendment, just trying to get clarity. I want to hear from the industry. I had written down here wording, of course it's going to ask me for my password. I was trying to get here wording that said that we somehow engaged that the city organized a stakeholder roundtable or survey for the planning, the growth, the development, and housing industries. And what I mean from that is the big planning firms any planning firm actually that operates and wants to fill out a survey, if it's not a stakeholder roundtable, because that would take time. Growth industry, so it could be engineering, developers, and housing industries. And I want to include the word housing industries because when people think developers, they think the big developers. No, I mean Redwood. I mean Salvation Army if they're going to a specific project. I want anyone who has an experience with essentially a zoning application and planning permits, and I want it to be removed from your department. And what I mean from that, I don't want a developer who has a strong opinion, positive or negative, to be like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to send in my comments to the planning department because I don't want to be favored or maybe perceived in negative light. So if maybe it could be managed through Access Barrie and it could be aggregate so they can, it's not just anybody on the internet. They put their personal information, but once it gets into the survey page, it removes the name and it's presented to council with that information redacted, I think that would be really valuable. I absolutely trust your department, and I want to hear about those pinch points, but I also want to hear from the industry themselves while removing it away from planning and having an appropriate check and balance, possibly through Access Berry. Mayor Lehman is, again, I'm getting to the weeds there, but it's very important because I want the quality of this data to be relevant. Can staff work within the scope of what's written on this motion to provide that, or do you need more specific through an amendment to the amendment?
Ms. Cook?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Morales, I would treat this as a separate amendment, like a separate paragraph, because it's separate direction and it's kind of outside of the scope of the workshop.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest, we have an amendment on the floor. I'd called for other questions, and then given my comments, I would like to bring that to a vote. If there are any other comments on the amendment that's on the floor, I'll still entertain them, even though I was about to call the vote. Did anyone else indicate? Councillor Owen?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just have a question about this amendment and its impact. So the decisions that we make at this special general committee meeting will presumably have an impact on our 2022 budget. Are we going to have an updated budget binder for budget deliberations based on those discussions at the special general committee meeting so that we have that complete and updated picture?
It's a fair question. I think the question would be if in doing number one, reviewing the capital plan, we did affect anything that's in the 2022 capital plan or in the capital plan for 2022. Typically, staff prepare the budget staff report with puts and takes that have occurred since the printing of the budget, which is about a 6-week time period between when it goes to the printer and when we finally debate it. So I guess I'd look to Mr. Miller and Mr. Prowse, but if council were to decide at that workshop that there was something in the capital plan that was scheduled for 2022 and we decided to move it or whatever, could you analyze what impact that would have on the overall budget as part of those puts and takes in the staff report? Assuming it's not the Saturday before.
Through you, Mayor Lehman. So again, we will do our best to analyze the amount of information. It's going to be challenging. I want to stress, you're not getting back a full long-range financial plan impact. You know, if council makes a decision to move some projects beyond 2019, we can certainly describe at a high level how are those projects funded, what would that do to certain reserves and debt. Certainly we'll accommodate that level of information.
Okay, Councillor Owen. Okay, I would like to call the question on the first paragraph of the amendment, which is specifically the 3 items for the special general committee meeting. Okay, is everyone clear what we're voting on? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in favor of that amendment? I am as well, so that's unanimous. Nobody opposed, I don't think. Okay, the second paragraph was the direction regarding long-term financial plans, future long-term financial plans. Does anyone wish to speak to that? Deputy Mayor Ward and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I guess I can't support this because I don't think that's what the long-range forecast is for. In fact, Mayor Lehman's talked earlier about how this is giving them, we don't set targets for the long-range financial plan. It's a thing meant to, as I think Councillor Rietma said, a warning sign or an alarm that let us know that maybe our spending has to be restrained. And I really don't want to put any limits on what we're getting back from our consultant to say, bring us back these scenarios, because I just don't think that's the purpose of that particular report. It's not supposed to come back with things that we want to hear. It's supposed to give us what it is based on the information that's given to the consultant by staff, saying these are the capital projects we have in the works. These are our revenue sources. This is with the anticipated growth. And if they take all the information and say, here's what your tax increases will look like for the next few years. I don't want to tell them what the tax increases will look like, so I can't support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councillor McCain.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And Deputy Mayor Ward, I actually completely agree with your I'm sorry, do you want Natalie?
You know what, Councillor McCann, thank you for that. Councillor Natalie Harris was next, and that's entirely my fault. Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McCann. My question is to Mr. Millar. I have no idea if this even exists, but is there software available? And I'm going off of what Deputy Mayor Ward just said as well. Maybe that I like the idea of this point. I think that looking at our data from all directions is beneficial, but maybe it doesn't have to be attached to the long-term financial plan. Is there software available where we as councillors or whomever can input a tax rate and play with the pie that Councillor Morales is kind of describing? I'm just picturing that might be beneficial instead of having the output, of course, that we will get to with a change in our tax rate, but the input as well and the ability, even kind of like I was talking to Councillor Harvey, the budget, the public budget, like you go online and you try to do you put your 2 cents in and you share what the budget should look like and what the tax rate should look like. Is there something like that out there where we can look at the data from both ends?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of General Committee, thank you for the question. So there are models out there. You can use Excel. You can make it as complicated or as simplistic as possible. So certainly models do exist. One of the challenges for the city, and we get better every year at this, it's maintaining the models. So for example, pick a staff report, pick a month, and the data change a lot throughout the year. We have different growth plans, different forecasting. So it's having that expertise in-house to be able to maintain the model, to run the data, to have that information so that you can reasonably update it in a timely manner. And that's something that as an organization we have been working for and we continue to work for. We're not quite there. That's one of the reasons why we use the consultant for this exercise, and one of the reasons that this consultant was chosen, because they had a lot of experience with the City of Barrie's current data, growth plans, asset management plans, and DC studies. So to answer your question, yes, there are models out there that we need to build, but that's one part of it, and then it's having the expert resources internally that can maintain it is the other challenge.
Thank you. Follow-up, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, so my thoughts, and I'll discuss it with Councillor Morales and Councillor McCann after and whomever else, would be if this is something staff is doing on an ongoing basis anyways to their capacity that they're able to with the staff you have, maybe it is prudent to add staff that would be able to update that data on a regular basis. So going forward with future budgets, it wouldn't have to be attached to this long-term plan necessarily. It would be something that we're doing in-house where we know our data and we know the ins and outs of it, but I completely understand that, logistically, you might not have the hands to do that. So I'm still okay with this point that the long-term, if they want to bring that forward as part of the long-term financial plan, sure. But I think it's also maybe a good conversation to see where else we can use something that would be like that down the road. That's just my thoughts on this point, personally.
Thanks for that, Councillor Harris. I was just looking at the staff report as you were talking about that, and I guess the challenge with this remains that, those operating impacts are primarily still the consequence of our choices. I mean, sometimes we change a service level, and that has a big impact on cost. I think of expansions to different services at different times or whatever, but it's the new facilities I know that are the big step up, right, in terms of the operating cost impacts. Mr. Miller, if memory serves, I don't have my last year's budget in front of me, but I think last year for the first time, staff introduced a table in the budget that said operating impacts of the capital plan or something like that, that mapped out. It's like new rec center comes on stream 2027, $2 million more operating. New fire station 2029, operating impact $1 million, and you give us that. And is that in this budget binder that we're going to get?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, it is. So we had a net operating impact section in the capital plan, we were trying to show what those net new costs are when we bring on major capital infrastructure. So that is in there, and each year we continue to refine and get better at it, and that's part of the modeling question as well. So yes, it will be in there.
Okay, so if Councillor Harris or anyone else asks questions around that piece, that's something you've generated already and presumably could push out and look at the implications of changing timing and those sorts of things.
At an aggregate level.
At an aggregate level, okay, fair.
By asset class.
Oh, okay, that, not by project. All right, fair warning. Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Harris. Back to you, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I'm going to ask a favor of Deputy Mayor Ward and anybody else that maybe has already made the decision on this amendment, that you'd have an open mind, Deputy Mayor Ward. And the open-mindedness is, it's unrealistic that this council, or I think any City of Barrie council, would approve a 5.9% tax increase. So I understand and respect that you don't want to limit the scope of maybe where Watson and our consultants may assume, but I think it muddies the water. I don't think it does muddy the water. And it gives us scenarios that are unrealistic. And I think if we focused, on the 3%, which is kind of an average of the 1.5 to 4.5, right, that would actually benefit future councillors. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Miller, but 1.9% every year is basically inflation, is basically the costs of doing the same business the exact same way. Correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. If you look at the inflation rate today, I would say that's not true.
Sorry.
If you take out the last year and the effects of
Yes.
COVID, generally speaking, the last few years at the same service level. But I would like to stress, and I heard Mayor Lehman say it, at the end of the day, it's your service levels drive costs. So if you want to maintain everything as is today, then you're generally driven by all else being equal, inflation. But when you're a growing community, to maintain service levels, sometimes can be a challenge if you don't have enough growth to pay for all those service levels, or if you're a bit behind. So it's a challenging question to answer when you are a growing municipality like the City of Barrie.
So I understand the anomaly of the pandemic, right? Let's start with that. So I am basing this pre-pandemic, but generally speaking, it's 1.9% to have the same service levels, correct?
If you weren't growing a municipality and all else was equal, it'd be a reasonable assumption over the last few years, yes.
And then we've got the 1%, which obviously is the fixed infrastructure. So just to basically start on the starting line, we're already at a 2.9% tax increase, unless we find efficiencies or cut out during the project. And so I do like that Council Morales suggested the 4.5%, because that does actually make sense. So I guess maybe Deputy Mayor Ward, my ask to you is have an open mind and look that when Watson or another consultant comes back, that they focus on that variance, 1.5 to 4.5, because I just don't see how we would ever support anything above 4.5%. So having good input coming in will give us better output, right? And I believe having scenarios that we would never use is going to give us bad output, right? And I think that I just think that it's proper to plan for reasonable assumptions, not outliers. So I hope I get your support on this and the rest of the council. Thank you.
Councillor Kungl, I have you next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not supportive of item 2. I think this tool exists for us to leverage at any point in time, and I see it as being a little prescriptive. And so I'd almost, prefer to see it deferred until after we decide on the 2022 budget and have more information, because I think we might have a different conversation at length, because questions come to mind that will come out of the session we have. Conditions to speed up development. For me, what does that mean around how we're going to incentivize? So if I think about phase 1, what do we have? 13,500 units planned, about 10% registered. What's even the threshold before we consider phase 2? And so those are the conversations I'm looking to have about what does speeding up development mean? Does it come at a cost to the city? Or what does it look like around what we're building into and other aspects we might want in our financial forecasting? To say, what are the levers that actually put the city first around revenue?
On this, please, Mayor Lehman?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Kungl, are you speaking to the 1.5 to 4.5% scenarios?
In general, I'm just saying, I think there's more information, but I don't want to be prescriptive, one, about setting the tax target rates within the tool. I just see it as a tool that we could leverage with more information as we look at it. So I know there's no timeline put to the long-term financial plan, but I would just say, for me, I'm keen to have conversations that actually start with the percentage around the tax rate we confirm for 2022, and then be clear about what that looks like.
Okay.
So can I get I need some clarity, Mayor Lehman, please?
Sorry, clarity on Councillor Kungl's comments?
Yeah.
If you'd like the floor, you can ask her whatever you'd like. Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Sorry, I'm not clear here. This is the long-range plan, not for 2023, right? And I'm just curious here, what scenario are you suggesting that a 5.9% tax increase would ever work for our long-term plan?
So to reply, I don't see the tool as being set or default set. I think it was, one example used in a tool that was designed as a framework. We're going to plug in any percentage we want. You've given some ideas about what that looks like. I'm saying I would prefer to revisit this once we've decided on what the 2022 budget is. And whatever that tax rate is that we confirm, we start with that, apply it to the new tool, and then we reset and look at what that looks like year over year. But we're not starting with something that might, by far and large, be a lot lower than what we decide on, or maybe not really applicable. So I wouldn't want to do the make work project. I'd like us to actually start with what do we decide on and work out from there. So the tool to me has no application to being prescriptive to the 5.9%. It was a plug-in. So I think we want to start with what we decide on and then reset that tool in the forecasting.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Lehman, to staff. By setting parameters of 1.5 to 4.5, do you feel you would receive a wholesome report by limiting where they can go? Or do you think it's better just to give the information and let the report come back at where it comes back by the information that you plug in?
Mr. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, again, thanks for the question. One thing I think is important to look at in the current long-range financial plan that goes out 20 years, the average is not 5.9%. The average is closer to 3%. So based on the parameters you're giving us, we've achieved your motion. So again, and to your point, it's really based on your service levels and your capital plans. So it's the inputs, right? It's to let you know, Council, that right now, the way things are going, and again, there's scenarios. You could come up with 10 more scenarios with different numbers. You'll get a different result. If you don't like the result, this is not a budget. We're just trying to modify our financial policies, which drive the annual budget, and every year, when we bring that budget forward, Council gives and they takes. But the big picture always ties back to your financial policies. And that's why we bring this back once every 4 years. Otherwise, I don't think we'd get many budgets passed. But it's the big picture look. So you can change it every year, but the way the motion's written now, I'd give you the report that we've just presented because we've achieved it.
Thank you. And, I understand where Councillor McCann has tried, and, his first part of this motion, I think, actually achieves what some of our concerns are. So, and, with all due respect, it's the quit while you're ahead. Like, we're in a good place with just that workshop, because if we do the heavy lifting in that workshop, this part here will correct itself by the work we're going to do. To the point Mr. Miller just made, the long term is actually 3%. And, just for the record, for people playing the home game, we've talked about a 5.9% tax increase. Like, there's probably, 1/3 of Barry's houses for sale. So we're not putting our taxes up at 5.9%. That isn't even suggested in the upcoming budget. So I do have an open mind, and I understand what you're trying to do, but with service partners, and I don't think it's achievable of your ask, so I will not be supporting this part.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments on the amendment? Councillor Morales?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Councillor Thompson, I agree with your point. If we do a lot of work on the capital, the number will adjust itself. But I ask it from a intent of seeing the perspectives that have been communicated. I don't understand why we're afraid to do this. Let's get us the bench numbers at 1.52, 2.53, 3.54, 4.5. Thank you, Mr. Millar. You're right on. If you average out the increases, they're in the 3s. We're just focusing on the 5s. But the more data that we get on this, the better we have control. This is a matter of levers, okay? Like, yes, there is one main one that moves the needle, and that's the one that's already been adopted unanimously. But I don't understand what the control is. This shouldn't be a be careful what you wish for, or if we don't ask, they don't tell us, and we can just live in peace. More information is good. We will not be in a worse off situation from a management perspective and making prudent fiscal decisions for our municipality by asking for this. We just simply won't. It's that simple. If we don't want to go down the rabbit hole of 1.5, then we just don't. And again, if we do a good enough job on that 300 million-ish and move the needle to a sensible 2.52, then that's great. But I'd like to see how all these metrics are connected, and I'm listening intently to the comments, and I'm hearing like, well, it can't be supportive, maybe it's not as productive, let's focus on the other thing, but what is the harm on just getting that grid and seeing and noting how these increases affect, so that should be an affect reserves, debt level, capital spending, and user fees. I would love to know about user fees instead of getting that schedule in the budget that we usually get that's reactive instead of proactive. I would love to see how it affects our cost of borrowing and then our reserves instead of, once again, being a little bit more responsive. There seems to be no consequence, and if I'm not hearing from staff that it's unrealistic workload, and please don't ask us to do it. If I'm not hearing that, I just don't understand what the concern from council is for a grid. This is essentially game theory. If this, then that, which is, it's an economics model, and we're providing it for a couple of data points. So I guess Mayor Lehman, I'll give the floor back to you, but I just want to hear from members of council what the concern about this one is, because from my perspective, the plus is very valuable, and the negative is minimal to non-existent.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor McCann.
Listen, I'll be really quick here. A couple of council members said that they are looking for information of 5.9%, but I think we've all made it very clear that we would never have a 5.5% increase. So why would you want a report telling you what a 5.9% increase would be as a solution? Like, to me, this is absolutely, I don't have a polite word, so I'll just say I find it very odd that you would want information that you would never use. Why don't you want to have tighter output? Why don't you want to have realistic projections, right? And if you have more realistic projections, then the output's going to be tighter. Then Gary and his team at Watson's are going to have to come up with other solutions. If you're going to plan, I'm trying to think of an analogy, the only analogy that comes to my mind, and I'll end with this, is that if you're planning a summer vacation or you're planning a European vacation, why would you care about flights to Australia? It makes no difference in your decision making. We will never support a 5.9% tax increase. So why would you want a report that shows a 5.9% tax increase? That's it.
Okay, just before I go on with my speakers list, may I suggest that General Committee is now debating the direction that we might give to a consultant 4 years from now. And we've already been told that the direction is backwards because it's taking an output of the work and trying to turn it into an input. It's literally misunderstanding it completely. So I'm not sure what to say, except that I'm not sure general committee should spend any more time trying to decide what direction we might give a consultant 4 years from now, because the only thing I can guarantee to you sitting here today is things are going to be different 4 years from now, and whoever's sitting around the horseshoe then we're all going to probably want more or different information. I don't have a problem with asking a consultant to give scenarios that produce different outputs. But the variable here is not the tax rate. That's what comes out of your decisions. So to say, give me a scenario that gives me a 2.5% tax rate, okay, borrow more money. And then, the capital spend goes down, or at least the reserve pressure goes down. Yes, our operating debt payments might go up, but we kick the can down the line and you get a 2.5% increase. Or, raise user fees. I think with respect, asking the consultant, future consultant, give us these different scenarios is just misunderstanding the whole thing. I mean, if you read the report and that's the understanding that you came to, that's backwards. So my suggestion would be, if the point of this is to say, don't give us any more reports that have unrealistic tax increases in it, I'm with you on that. But I think the point there would be the choices that are made in terms of producing a long-range financial plan are the ones that produce that output. And that's why council, with the good First Amendment and a lot of discussion that actually I think did understand the issue, is saying our spending choices drive those tax increases. So, I would like to bring this to a vote. I'm not going to support it only because it's backwards. I agree with maybe the intention, which is don't give us any planning basis that assumes even on a fluctuating number of 5.9, because we're never going to do a 5.9, even if it averages to 3%, even if it averages to 3% over the term of a council. We'd never approve a number that high because it's too much of a shock to people's household budgets. For sure. Never have. I would never. But I don't think that's the point. And to ask for these kinds of scenarios is just, it's like misunderstanding the whole exercise, and it's 4 years from now anyway. So the next council is going to, I think, set the parameters for the next long-range financial plan. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it. Normally, get more information, scenarios from a consultant, sure, no problem. But this isn't going to help this council. We're talking about a plan that is maybe going to happen, 4 years from now. So I'm going to call the question on this amendment. This is to request the scenarios as written and circulated. Those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay, that fails. Are there any further amendments to the long-range financial plan? I do think we need to consider deferring the policies if we're going to have a workshop about them. I would suggest to you, members of council, there are some here that might not really be so much the subject of the workshop, but that's up to you. We could defer the whole matter to the general committee meeting that immediately follows the budget, so that we could do the workshop and then bring the LRFP back on the 13th of December. But that means doing it on the last and double meeting night, which is going to be problematic if there's amendments or changes. Deputy Mayor Ward?
Can I just ask the staff whether there's any problem with deferring this, the whole thing?
Mr. Miller?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, there's no consequence of deferring it.
And I'll move we defer to, I'm not sure what date to say, after our meeting, after our workshop session.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to members of council, if you did not want to do it on the double meeting night, the next meeting of general committee would be January 10th, 2022.
Mr. Miller?
Pending comment from the clerk, maybe there'll be an opportunity to, since there's no impact on the budget, to approve when we approve the 22 budget as part of that process on the 29th.
Through Mayor Lehman, if Mr. Miller is fine with that, that would be another option, is to do it on November 29th with council approval on December 6th.
Okay, so here's my thought on process. Why don't you refer the item, the policies in the item, to the workshop, the special general committee meeting? At the conclusion of that workshop, we can decide whether we're comfortable with it coming forward immediately or at a later date. Can you see any challenges with that procedurally, Ms. Cook, Mr. Miller? You understand what I'm saying? We're just going to refer the
Yeah, works for
policies
me.
to that general committee, special
Yeah,
general?
no,
Okay.
no issues.
And we'll do that.
Okay, so that's a referral motion that's on the floor for the balance. Now, before we vote on that, though, the amendment to set the agenda for the workshop still needs to be approved by council, Madam Clerk. So are we going to separate that? Oh, sorry, you know what we can do? We can just refer in the referral motion to, we're just referring the policies. Does that make sense?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, I probably would put it as two different motions in the minutes, just for clarity.
Well, okay, so paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 are what was printed and originally introduced. If we refer paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 to the special general committee on whenever, and then the fourth paragraph isn't being referred, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Deputy Mayor Ward, you cool with that? Okay, so the referral motion is to refer paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 of the motion, which is not the amendment that was introduced tonight, but the original motion, to the workshop. Clear? Okay, it's a referral motion, it's not debatable, so I'm just going to call the question as long as everyone's clear. You good? Everyone's clear? Okay. Sorry, you're not clear?
Quick question. So if this passes, I can still add an amendment, like that separate section? Because we're just referring this portion?
We're referring paragraphs 1, 2, and 3. So the only thing that would be left would be paragraph 4, which was the earlier tonight amendment. The one to call the general committee.
A couple of minutes ago, the clerk recommended that if I wanted to add about a survey, that it would be separate. Do I do that before this referral motion, or can I do it afterwards?
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, it'd probably just be cleaner to leave it to after, because it's kind of separate from.
It's going to be a
the
new
one-
paragraph, I
Yeah.
think, anyway, huh? Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Okay, so what's on the floor now is a referral motion to refer paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 to the special general committee meeting, the workshop. Call the question. Those in favor of referring those 3 paragraphs? Anybody opposed? None? That carries. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Morales. I think you have an amendment for a new paragraph 5.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. That the city that the city create an external survey for the planning, growth, development, and housing industry stakeholders on their opinion on the strengths and challenges that they experience through the rezoning and building permit process through the city of Barrie. And I can speak to that.
Do you want to just give us that again, Councilor Morales, please?
That the city, that Access Barrie, if we want to get specific, create an external survey for the planning, growth, development, and housing industry stakeholders on their opinion on the strengths, challenges, and experiences that they have with the rezoning and building and building permit processes.
Okay, can you just speak to that?
Yep, I can speak to that. So basically, I just want to capture data from the industry. I trust the data we have internally, and I trust the pinch points and the perspectives and what staff are hearing us that we're hearing. But any quality data, anybody with statistics and data gathering processes knows that we need to have this second sample that comes directly from members. And the reason why I specifically put Access Barrie, not zoning, the planning department, is there's going to inevitably be a industry stakeholder goes, you know what, I have a very strong opinion about something. I'd rather keep it to myself, because if I say it to zoning, I'm gonna have to deal with them in a later process, and I don't want that. Not, obviously, I know our staff are great, impartial, and proper, but to increase engagement from the industry, I wanted to keep it at arm's length from the department that they most readily deal with, and for it to go through Access Barrie.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Councilor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I love this amendment, but I'm asking maybe Councilor Morales if we can actually withhold this tonight and actually have a discussion on the, whatever the workshop is, and actually come up with a very in-depth survey to our planners, because I just think it's information. I love it. I just think it's a little too premature. And if you could maybe withdraw it and maybe move it forward for after the workshop, I love it. It sounds great.
That's amazing. I'll withdraw it. Yeah, that's a good point. We'll have a better scope of what we're going to ask them from that workshop. Thanks, Councilor McCann.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused now. So if the purpose of the item in the original amendment, what's on the agenda was to figure out what actions we could take to speed up the development process, right? Why would we wait till after the workshop to ask the development community?
I think it's because, you're asking me, Mayor Lehman?
Actually, I'll ask, sure, yeah, since you suggested it. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, so I fully understand the intent that Councilor Morales is looking for, and I see how his thought process is working. And I believe this workshop really is designed to instill confidence in this council. And like I said earlier, when you have what happens is you start developing creativity. And through that creativity, we're going to be able to take 11 minds plus staff members, and we're going to come up with some solutions that we think that actually may increase procedure and increase development. So I think once we have that discussion, that foundation, then I think the questions that we need to ask our partners, our planning partners, our developing partners, need to come after that. And then once we get those answers, because I'm pretty sure that 11 of us are all talking to the developers, so they're going to give us their input, but having this on an actual piece of paper where they can actually structure it, Rebecca and her team, or Michelle and her team, I guess it's Rebecca and her team, will analyze the information, and whether it's in a memo or whether it's in another workshop, I think will be determined from Councilor Morales and this council once we hear more information. Let's get the foundation first. Let's hear from our experts. Let's get creative and come up with a better solution. Let's ask the question. Let's get the input from our partners, and let's come back, discuss, and let's make the city of Barrie the best city in Canada.
So I guess I'm still stuck on why we would try and solve the problem without hearing what it is. I mean, I actually like this idea, although I'm a little concerned that the message that's being given to our staff is simultaneously, you're doing a great job, but we're not sure you're doing the best job you could. And I actually think they're doing a heck of a job. I think that there are absolutely of development approval processes that are very problematic. They take a huge amount of time, either because some commenting agency ends up taking 3 months when it should take 3 days, or in some cases there can be pinch points at the city or policies at the city that hold things up because our staff have to apply a policy. And that's where this could be really useful. But we need to know what those are. And I guess what I would respectfully say is, I think we can start with our staff, because I think they will be able to bring us some of those to say, you know, we don't have delegated authority to do this. Or council, you bumped up a site plan. That slowed down a development by six months. Or council, you have a policy that all rezonings for housing on institutional lands, any housing on institutional land needs a rezoning. That's holding people up by 2 years. We just changed that one. I picked that example on purpose. But I think, I guess if the intent rather is have a workshop to come up with things and then go out and test it on the home builders or the developers that are involved, again, I'm kind of wondering if we shouldn't actually ask them about their areas of concern first. Amendment's been withdrawn. I'm fine if we want to just vote now on the main motion as amended. I guess I'm really offering this by way of comment, because this is all obviously new discussion tonight. My expectation would be, though, that if our staff are coming to a workshop, we've asked our staff already tonight to come to a workshop and say, here's ways that we could potentially speed things up. You know, be prepared for the answer that says, we're also grossly short-staffed right now because we have a massive volume of planning applications and building permit applications, and we are short building inspectors or planners or whatever it is. That may be one of the things we could do. And it's maybe timely that we're getting that answer right before council. But I guess the comment I'm making, amendment's been withdrawn, so I do want to just bring it to a vote, would be, if we're going to have that session, if you intend to go out and ask what the problem is, we should probably do it before we try and fix the problem. That's all. Councilor Morales?
Yeah, sorry, I know it's been withdrawn. You did acknowledge that you wanted clarity from both of us, so I wanted, again, you provided ample perspective on that. You're right, there's two scenarios. We can ask the question to the stakeholders to guide our workshop, or we can use our workshop to craft the questions to get more actionable, better information from the stakeholders. I do believe that there is value in the second one, because sometimes when you hear from stakeholders, they say, well, there's this concern. And as Councilor McCann likes to say sometimes, there's your side, my side, and the truth. And then when we hear that from the stakeholders, when we touch base with planning and we say, is this actually the case? And they go, well, no, but there's 20% of truth in that statement. They're still wrong, but I can understand their concern about this inefficiency of the process. So I think it would be prudent to get perspective and clarity from staff. They can give us kind of a Q&A or 10 myths of why planning isn't actually slower, red tape, the big scary word. So once we get that, we're gonna allow ourselves to craft better questions. I understand there is I can make the same argument as to why we should ask the questions first, but again, let's get clarity from staff. It'll allow us to ask better questions. We can go to the stakeholders. Here's the thing, once we get the input from the stakeholders, we can come back to staff and do a second touch point. So it will remain withdrawn. Councilor McCann, great perspective, and to staff, let's get that kind of top 10 did you know, and we'll get some good questions.
Okay, since what's now on the floor is just what was amended previously, any further comments or questions? Councilor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I'll be quick. I look at the whole report and the amendment to the workshop, and it's made me really think that as a city, I think we've got to look out of the box. And like, we're right on the cusp of a very big boom. Barrie has done the heavy lifting, with the major infrastructures between our water treatment plants and, electrical and the Harvey Road Bridge. And we just need something, everything is prepared to light the fire. And, I hope within this workshop we can look at, like, outside of the box thinking. Right now, we're in kind of a power struggle of, do the existing taxpayers pay for growth, which doesn't go over very well, and then the developers are the ones with the risk, and they're for profit. And, like when they have risk and it cuts into their profit, they don't build as quick, where they register 50 out of 1,300 homes at little increments at a time, where we've got the foundations for great development. We just need to find a way to bridge the pipes, the roads, which, and I've spoke with Mayor Lehman in regards to this, where I'd love to have senior staff, the mayor, reach out to our federal party, and help them with their campaign promise of 1 million homes, where we get an interest-free loan of infrastructure or something to put the fire to this boom that we could really have, with not the burden on the developer, with raising DCs where they stop developing, or to the existing taxpayer, where we see the 5.9% and high tax rates or reducing service. So I think the report was very helpful to maybe that we've got to start looking at things different. We've looked at the Watson report from 10 years ago. Mayor Lehman commented about 2014 of a report. And we seem to be juggling it back and forth between the existing taxpayer and the developer, where if we could just bridge that with less impact, I think we're, in the position for greatness. And, the city of Barrie is probably the best place in Southern Ontario for development, just by the infrastructure and some of the risks previous councillors took. So I think the report was actually very well done, and that's my opinion. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments on the item as amended? Yeah, actually, thanks for saying that. It shortens my quick remarks at the end here. I actually thought the report was very well prepared too. It was in more depth, certainly than the 2017 report. I took the opportunity to go through the 2017 report. It was, now to be fair, it was a more limited update, but it only had 5 years of capital planning. I looked at the ranges of outputs and spend, and it was nowhere near as much depth as has been provided here. And as I said earlier, this report goes all the way down the line, takes you all the way to the consequences of all the decisions. What it highlights, and why I think General Committee has struggled with it and is concerned with it, is the dollars here are considerably different than we have ever seen before. Not just seen before, but ever seen before. And the message, though, in many ways hasn't changed. And I know that because I read the 2014 report today as well, which says that if we don't take steps, and let's remember the 2014 report was where the DIRF came from, the Dedicated Infrastructure Renewal Fund, where the council of the day said, after there were 2 attempts to create a DIRF before that, and if I'm not mistaken, it was that council that said, you know what, it's a tough decision, but we are going to do it because our residents keep telling us we got to fix more roads. We need to take better care of what we've got. And what this report says is it's going to be even more expensive to take care of what we've got than you had planned on recently, council. And also, your growth is not paying for growth. And that, I thought one of the most interesting sections of this report was, here was the 2014 deal, and here's what actually happened. And here's the financial impacts of that. And that sort of 2014 deal was predicated on a few things that have changed, including Ontario changed legislation so that we couldn't collect the full cost of growth anymore. So, because of those changes, we're in some ways a worse situation where our consultant is saying to us, your growth costs have gone up and they're not going to pay for themselves because of the way the cookie crumbles for you municipalities these days. But, again, I share Councillor Thompson, and I've forgotten who else mentioned it. When you actually look at this, sure, it's easy to pick off a number and get mad because 5.9%, we'd never touch it. Of course we wouldn't. But this was actually a report that said overall, it's 3%. And by the way, it's 3% if you do $8.4 billion of new construction over the next 20 years. That would be so much more than we have ever been able to do before, by way of a public works plan and a capital plan in the city of Barrie. So I think ultimately we're doing the work that needs to be done, which is to really start by closely examining why we're chasing a number that big. Before we ever get into how, or if we should, we need to ask the question, why is the number that big, and understand it. And then maybe make decisions about pushing projects out or requiring different growth financing methods or so forth. But those questions follow from the question, how much are you going to build and when? And, we always take it back when you're trying to talk about city finances, which are so complicated. And I always try and use that metaphor of your own house, right? We talk about the size of the mortgage, and everybody's got a mortgage because you can't pay cash for a house, or very few people can. And so the city has debt, and that's how we pay for very expensive things, right? But we don't want to take on too much debt, just as we don't take on that in our own household budgets. The question we've got tonight, and which the amendment now addresses, is how big's that house going to be? And maybe what are all the features that are going to go in it? Because that's going to determine how expensive the house is. And then we decide whether or not we can pay for it. But that all goes as one discussion. It's you want this house, City of Barrie over the next 20 years. You want all these infrastructure features and buildings and rec centers and fire stations and then whatever else is in that plan. It's going to cost this much, and these are the implications. And that's, I think, the question you got to start with, and that's what you did tonight, General Committee. So we will do that work together at the special General Committee meeting. But I did want to pass those comments on to staff too, because I think the long-range financial plan it's a huge amount of work for both the consultant and the staff team. And council was given, I think, very good information here. We just didn't like the implication. And so we're going to do something about it, and that's a very good thing. So with that, I'll call the question on the main motion as amended. Those in favor, please indicate. I am as well. Nobody's opposed. That makes that unanimous.
Separate report.
Separate report. And we will move on to the review, and that was also held by Councillor McCann. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe I could get through you to, would it be Kevin Rankin or would it be Dave Friary that would be, who wrote the report? Let me see here. Kevin Rankin, actually. Is he online?
Is Mr. Rankin on? Yep, go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Mr. Rankin, I'm just going through your report here, and it looks like that you're asking $50,000 for this year's budget, and that you're estimating a cost of up to $600,000 in potential 4 or 5 employees. Is that correct?
For you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the $50,000 was the estimated cost to do a wholesome review, comprehensive review of all the items in the 2 direct motions from council to review the private tree bylaw. The $600,000 was an estimated cost using similar bylaw specifications from the town of Oakville and the city of Toronto, where their costs sort of reset at our size of municipality. It would include staff and regulatory costs, admin costs, and enforcement costs.
Sorry, that was enforcement costs, and that was, sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
Sorry, that would include the estimated cost for enforcement, administration of the bylaw, and all the aspects associated with having a bylaw of that type of restrictions. So the restrictions in Oakville and Toronto are all trees that are 30 centimeters in diameter and larger would require a permit.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to vote for this tonight, just with the cost of up to $600,000 to administer this bylaw. And, you know, maybe, Kevin, before I give my final decisions, you know, what success has Oakville and St. Catharines, the 2 cities that you've mocked up over, had with their bylaw?
For you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. There's varied responses within the different communities. Use an example. The City of London has a tree bylaw that regulates all trees over 75 centimeters in diameter. They recently went to council, had directed staff to go to the public to do a review to try and move that to a 50 centimeter and larger, so a more restrictive bylaw. That was not accepted by either council or the public. In Oakville, for example, they've had a tree bylaw in place for a couple of decades. It's been, talking to them, fairly successful. The residents have, I guess, had it around for so long that it becomes part of their doing business. Obviously, they still have tree bylaw infractions. About 15% of Oakville's staff time is tied towards dealing with enforcement infraction issues. So still a pretty high number of infractions and tree cuttings that go on. So it varies across communities.
And are you, I don't expect you to have the data now, but do you have any data on how many fines have laid and how many fines have been paid in London?
No, I don't have a lot of data on those. These are just sort of a quick overview of what was available across the talking to people from the different enforcement areas and forestry services in different municipalities, as well as looking what's on their websites and information. Like I said, I just did a quick overview of different areas. London, for example, they did tell me that 12% of their tree application permits are denied. So 88% of the applications to remove a tree are accepted and issued.
Ooh, that's a good number. So 12% are denied. So tell me if my math is correct or not. If we took the same scenario in Barrie, we would spend $600,000 to stop 12% of the trees being cut down in Barrie. Is my not my analogy, but my math right?
Through Mayor Lehman to Councillor McCann, that could be true. Yeah, it depends on, and their bylaw is 75 centimeters in diameter. So if we applied that similar one, I think our cost would be a lot lower than 600,000. It's a lot less trees, but yeah, they're actually issuing the majority of permits that are coming in and applications. And the value that they see in their bylaw is that it requires replanting of trees after the removal.
Kevin, as always, you're excellent what you do, and I appreciate your input. So I'm going to reject or deny this, vote no for this item for the reasons of $600,000, and it could be more than $600,000. If it's going to have a 10 to 12, 15% success rate of keeping trees alive, and that's really the purpose of this, is to keep more trees alive, I think that's a pretty heavy cost. But I do encourage that council members, if this does fail, to come back in 6 months with maybe a tighter report. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor McCann, did you put the original motion on the floor?
Yes, I did.
I know you're going to oppose it. Other members of General Committee who wish to speak to this? Councillor Kungl, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the motion as tabled, and I appreciate the information back and several process pieces. So considering, we've heard about this through active transportation, other committee levels, we've seen delegations focused on the tree bylaw. I think it's prudent to at least put the consideration for the upfront investment in. Part of the memo by staff also talks a bit about public engagement, and so I think it would be good to hear the feedback and then look at what costing could look at a program. From reading this, at least the scenarios identify that its estimated cost for alternatives presented range from 125 to 600,000. So while it is potentially a big ticket item, I am very interested in getting more information and putting a focus on this, especially from our priorities around being a green city and tied to our strategic directions. I think it would be great to actually explore what that tree bylaw looks like.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Any others who wish to comment? Councillor Thompson.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Mr. Rankin, if you're still available. Mr. Rankin, was this brought forward with some of the damaged trees in development that there was no permit issued because of the current bylaw, and a revisit to this bylaw has come out of that?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. Yes, I believe that was the original rationale or reason why the first motion came forward, was in response to issues associated with the second suites and some tree damage that was caused by construction of a second suite, and it hit the media and everybody's attentions. The discussion about a more restrictive bylaw that regulates individual trees versus trees that are part of a woodlot, which is our current bylaw, has been one that's come back and forth over time. We've been discussed a lot.
Just a follow-up, Mayor. And this one is basically just looking at the diameter of the tree, and then, or would it need to be an arborist to go out and decide, or would it just be somebody who could basically go out and measure the diameter and allow, the removal, or, through Ms. Banfield's department, to kind of, because it's an important thing, and with our trees, obviously, but just, I know arborists are very expensive, it's skilled labor, and, but is it something that we can maybe look in as a student if it was just to measure diameters and stuff like that?
You, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson. Yes, there's many different ways, different setups for a bylaw. Some bylaws which have very low regulation limits, like something like London, which is 75 centimeters in diameter. All it would take would be generally a photograph and a picture of the tree and the diameter of the tree. So if it's a 30 centimeter diameter tree that's not regulated, it wouldn't require a permit or an application. And then there's some situations where a tree is completely dead. You wouldn't require an arborist report for that sort of thing. You would just need somebody to be able to confirm that.
And I guess that's why the fluctuation in the rate from, you know, it could go up to 600 because I guess it could be written with different levels of skill sets.
Yes, the most restrictive way to apply a bylaw would be to have enforcement officers going out and inspecting every single tree. That'd be comparable to the city of Toronto. For them to have someone to go to look at each tree prior to its permit being issued.
Councilor Reitman's eyes just popped up. He doesn't want enforcement looking at trees. But thanks for your answers.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I do remember a previous Ward 1 councillor who used to go out with her ruler to measure the height of grass when it got down to it. I have Councillor Jim Harris, then Councillor Reitman, then Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, similar to the comments from Councillor Congal, I think this is a report that we is timely and that we should be receiving or asking, or pardon me, giving approval to. And Councillor Thompson's correct, and I believe Mr. Rankin's recollection was accurate as well, that we did see a significant increase in concerns related to secondary units recently, and the impact that those excavations are having on trees. So we will see, I think, hopefully with some of the changes we made in that direction, some potential less damage to trees based on changes. But having said that, knowing that there's a significant range that's been presented and there's a variety of options from other municipalities, having a review would stand us well in kind of making this commitment and understanding what the best route is for barriers. I hope people will support the effort to study this further. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Reitman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I agree with Councillor Harris, and I thought that the answers to Councillor Thompson's questions were really very helpful. And I think that I'm going to support this report. I suspect that there are a lot of different ways to implement something like this, and it doesn't have to cost anywhere near $600,000. At least I sure hope it doesn't. But it depends on how we do it, and I think it's worthwhile to get a staff report with some suggestions as to how we might do it and some numbers attached to each option. And then when we get that report, we can make the decision.
Thanks, Councillor Reitman. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Councillor Thompson took my kind of sentiment and really rolled with it, which is this money, if we're going to be focusing on enforcement, listen, I appreciate trees and recognize the value, but if it is up to that figure of 600,000, possibly up to that, that is money I would rather see in enforcement of quality of life, of maintenance, and of property standards. There's just no way without any funding from FCM or any other levels of government that I would feel comfortable spending that amount on trees when our residents are consistently strongly shouting at us saying, give us more bylaw officers for the purposes of property maintenance. So, you know, there's already a lot of areas where I think the resources should be given towards enforcement, and that should be towards property management. So I guess a question to staff. Mayor Lehman, it was recently, a couple of weeks ago, you very specifically told me staff are always have the mandate to be applying for more funding. So as written in the staff report, the recommendation is that staff in the ops department prepare an intake form for the business plan in the amount of $50,000 to conduct a comprehensive investigation. So notwithstanding what is written, the implication is that they're always available, open to funding. I would have no issue if this was conditional on them getting funding. I don't know if there's available programs right now. Maybe they just passed. Maybe they're not going to be in time for the program. But I'm wondering if we could somehow pass, if I amended this, the acceptance of even the feasibility study to qualify for funding, knowing that, again, the timeframes that I'm putting might be way too specific to allow this to happen. I guess could I ask that in the form of a question to Mr. Rankin? Are you aware of any current funding options that might qualify for this $50,000? Mr. Rankin?
For you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Morales, I have not heard of any council or any kind of funding for review and development of bylaws. There are certainly funding pots for tree planting and tree protection initiatives. We could certainly do a review and see if we could find anything that's available. I've never heard of one that is specifically related to bylaws.
Okay, as it was made explicitly clear to me a couple of weeks ago, staff always have the delegated authority to do this. I won't be amending it. I'm even just the question to you, Mr. Rankin. I think, again, you're always looking for it, and maybe you're going to just take an extra little look. But that would give me a little bit more peace of mind. You know, we're talking about our long-term spending of money, and every 600,000 adds to it, every 300,000 adds to it, and I get it, our residents want something, but, you know, I might be bringing a project today, and, you know, it was expressed in the comment section, in the announcement section a few weeks ago that we might be looking at fixing private fences as part of a city program in terms of graffiti. Like, these things continue to add. So I'm, in a positive way, just reminding council, there's an opportunity cost. When we're adding something, we can't just add it, feel good, and go to the next meeting and start fresh and keep adding. We need to take all of these things in how they relate to each other. And up $600,000 for trees in Barrie is significant and comes at the opportunity cost of more property bylaw enforcement for myself. So I will be voting no tonight, and we'll see if Mr. Rankin and staff can get us money if this doesn't pass.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Morales. Councilor Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And again, a question for Mr. Rankin. Am I safe in assuming that this $50,000 is to service this out to a consultant to prepare the following report?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councilor Harvey, yes, that was the estimated cost. We would hire a consultant to do the public consultation, public engagement, review the current bylaw, do a more comprehensive review of other bylaws and bring some other experience into the process, as well as look at all of our tree protection standards, update the tree protection manual, all those sort of good things.
Okay, thank you. It definitely seems like there's a lot more to it than what I would have expected. It seems like there's some flavor around the table to move forward with this. I'm not quite sure that we need to go that in depth. I think it's been quite clear that there's some flavor from especially the older parts of our community, seeing some of these larger trees. Now, obviously, with some of the new bylaws that we put in place for the accessory dwellings, that's alleviating a significant concern from that perspective, now that they're not allowed to put basements in. But I do struggle in supporting this $50,000, especially since we heard tonight that a place like Oakville, for instance, has had a bylaw in place for several decades, and I would have liked a little more information about their bylaw, because if it's been around for decades, obviously they're doing something that seems to be working for them. So I just struggle justifying $50,000 to find out more information when I think we have some municipalities not too far from us that seem to be doing something right when it comes to this type of thing.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other comments on the motion on the floor? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I know I spoke earlier, but obviously listened to my colleagues and friends around the table that you sparked some other, some insight. I just want to refresh everybody that we just had like an hour and a half discussion about, as Councilor Morales said, long-term financial planning and how we have to tighten the belt. And literally less than 5 minutes later, we're going to pass a $50,000 report, when I think Councillor Harvey perfectly says, I think there's enough data out there that we don't need to hire an account or a consultant to give us a fulsome report. Do I want to save trees? Absolutely. Do I want to protect the environment? Absolutely. But I also want to take care of the city of Barrie in a wholesome way. So I'm not sure who instigated this from staff. Was it Councillor Jim Harris? Like who were the? Was it Councillor Harris and Councillor Kungle?
I think there was an item for discussion, Madam Clerk. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, one of them was an item for discussion, and I believe the other one was a motion from the Active Transportation and Sustainability Committee.
Okay,
If I
and so this was
recall.
from Councillor Jim Harris and Councillor Kungle?
Oh, so to clarify, if I may, Your Worship, so Active Transportation Sustainability Committee as a collective then would have went up through city building and then to here, right?
So whose item of discussion was it, sorry?
So we didn't own the item of a discussion, but Councillor Keenan Alwyn and I sit on the Active Transportation Sustainability Committee, and that was an ongoing dialogue of a recommendation through that committee that passed at city building, that we broaden the tree bylaw, not to just look at considerations around excavation that could do damage on a tree, but it ties to our official plan around tree canopy and targets and a broader piece. So while we're having, and I don't want to diminish it by saying a simplistic conversation around, I think the why two different groups came forward to enhance the scope of a potential tree bylaw. I would say there's quite a lot of interest in this, and I think the intake form, if I'm not overstepping, is an option.
Sorry, Councillor Congo. Councillor McCann does still have
Okay.
the floor. To clarify, the issue is where to come from. Councillor Jim Harris had an item for discussion. Yes. Council approved the item for discussion. Active Transportation Committee had a recommendation that came up through City Building Committee and was approved by General. And this staff report and motion is in response to both of those items. Councillor
Okay,
McCann.
I appreciate that,
Sorry,
Mayor.
Councillor Congo. I'll come back to you and you can finish your thought.
So these are my thoughts, guys. We just spent an hour and a half, 2 hours talking about long-term financial planning, and we talked about how we have to really cut spending. Like it's not a want, it's a need. We need to cut spending, and here we are looking at spending up to it's actually more than up to $600,000 because Kevin Rankin just said it could be more than $600,000, and in London they're having 10%, if you want to call it success rate, or you may call it failure rate, right? That 10% or 12% of all the applicants get denied. So Barrie would be spending $600,000 to protect 10% of the trees or 12% of the trees that came in on permit, right? So I'm not making a decision, I'm just saying those are the facts, right, of my math. And so then Councillor Harvey made a great point. We've got Oakville, we've got London, we've got St. Catharines. They all have, as far as we can believe, successful models that they're using right now. $50,000 is a lot of money, right? And I just think the optics, right, which are sometimes just as important as reality, this is the wrong time to spend. So this is my thought pattern. If it fails tonight, I would like to work with you, Councillor Harris, in coming up with something, finding a better way for next week that isn't going to cost $50,000, and we can move forward by saving trees, right? I'd like to work with you on that and come up with an amendment. If it passes, I'm going to ask for a separate vote, and really, I'm going to come a little deeper next week because I think this is not the best way of spending money. So I'm going to ask council to reject this tonight. My promise to Barrie and to you, Jim Harris, is to work with you in finding a better way that won't cost the city of Barrie any money, and we'll do a trial run and we'll have that report back to see if we can't do this with the existing staff members that we have. Thank you.
Councillor Kungle?
Thank you, Worship. I'll be supporting the motion as tabled. On a couple of points for clarification, or just to reiterate, we are not looking to approve the spending of $50,000. This is about preparing an intake form. So what we're doing is asking staff to bring forward an intake form for consideration. We can then deliberate in the fuller package. So what we're talking about now potentially is making a judgment on the value of spending $50,000 outside of considering all aspects of the budget with all other elements of every department. So I would put that on the floor to then say, I think it's reasonable with the work and the interest from multi-routes that we can at least have an intake form that does identify $50,000. That's not prescriptive about out years, but that $50,000 is specific to considerations that staff have done some due diligence around in informing. And I think if it's not approved at budget, then we reconsider what that looks like and what might be possible within staff capacity or not.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm very supportive of the recommended motion, and here's why. So not only are we in a climate emergency, and we know that trees are an important part of that fight against climate change, but trees also have a major economic benefit for cities. In 2014, there was a report out of Toronto that showed that their tree canopy had an economic impact of $7 billion, which is about $700 per tree. And that works out to about $125 in annual savings for the average single-family household. So the benefits that are creating these types of savings and economic impacts are, the shade, reduce energy costs, the mental health benefits of having a fulsome tree canopy. So they found that in Toronto, the city's trees were returning somewhere between $1.35 and $3.20 for every dollar spent. So yes, there's a cost associated with having a bylaw like this, but that cost is actually an investment. And we've been talking a lot about long-term planning tonight, and I think this is the type of long-term planning we need to think about in our city.
Thanks, Councillor Aylwin. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll just be really quick. I don't think about, with all due respect to the councillors in favor, about the benefits of trees. We know all of the wonderful benefits that our beautiful trees have, but I'm actually quite interested in seeing what Councillor McCann and Councillor Jim Harris can come up with if this fails. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other comments? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to clarify something that was said earlier. Saying that we're not voting this down, it's just an intake form for later, is the same thing as saying we're not approving a project, we're just approving a pilot. It's the same thing as we're not approving a project, we're just going to send it to committee for revision. Let's take it for face value now. Again, there are opportunities to pass it later, but I challenge myself to try to think of how many times we have approved something for intake form for a budget and taken it out later. For example, the grant writing position of 2015. That was a long time ago. Though there are examples, but if there's an opportunity to find a more efficient way of addressing trees, and I believe that's what I'm hearing from Councillor Natalie Harris, an efficient value for dollar, targeted, efficient, not a shotgun approach that maybe misses the mark and is too broad in cost and scope, but a targeted, lean, directed one that can achieve the same results, that would be the outcome. So I personally never just vote in favor of intake forms knowing that I can address them later, because I take them for face value at this moment. So I'm also looking forward, Councillor McCann, what you and Councillor Jim Harris come up with if this fails.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, and just to kind of recap the history. So for me, in the learning experience that this was, it did emanate from the unfortunate damaging of trees and their root systems through excavations precipitated by secondary dwellings. But in that, in the motion, the original item of discussion that was put forward really focused on that particular element of potential tree damage. And has since, obviously, and thank you, Councillor Congal, has been augmented and kind of readdressed and refocused through the Active Transportation and Sustainability Committee, which, as you see here today, has gone through the staff recommendation. I mean, there are examples of other communities, and probably the most recent one would be St. Catharines, who've done studies of this nature. And I guess maybe a question just of clarity for Mr. Rankin. One of the would one of the potential outcomes of this be, not simply, obviously, we're looking at the potential of enforcement related to tree bylaw, would there also be potential content related to how we protect our tree canopy? And it was mentioned obviously earlier that some of the older wards obviously are more impacted by the size of the trees, but the whole city requires trees for the environmental purposes. That was well stated by Councillor Elwin. So would there be context in that learning, given the scope of this study, that would give us some valuable insights into how we protect our tree canopy into the future, obviously with one of the outcomes being some sort of enforcement? Thank you. Maybe through you, Mayor Lehman, pardon me, to Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
You, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris. Yes, the idea of the entire wholesome look at this bylaw would be to provide a suite of options. Everything from, and I think we gave some general descriptions of it within the alternatives in the staff report. For example, alternative 1 was a general status quo of our current bylaw with some enhanced tree planting partnerships. That would include a lot of grant applications and potentially getting funding from Trees Canada and all kinds of other sources where we always go after these little pots of money that they put out each year. But then that could be looked at as incentives for private land planting rather than what we use it for, which is public land planting. The whole idea with the review would be to be able to look at all the host of options. Obviously, the $600,000 a year would be the high-end, most regulatory possibility, and then everything in between, and give the public an opportunity to look at those and weigh in and see what comes out of it.
Thank you. And in the St. Catharines report, they mentioned that 65% of their trees are on private property. And if I missed it, I apologize. What percentage, or do you know, of the tree canopy in Barrie is on private property?
Top of my head, it would be fairly similar to that number, around 60%.
Great, thank you. Yeah, again, I think if we're looking, we're talking, obviously, everything we do here will be referencing to cost, and everything comes at a cost. So does not protecting trees and managing that which contributes to our environmental well-being. So I hope that this will be seen as an investment more so than an expense. So hopefully people will support this particular element. And if not, obviously I'm happy to work with anybody to make a positive contribution to protect our tree canopy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. I'll be really quick. Maybe to CAO Prowse, to a point that Councillor Harvey made with other municipalities doing similar studies and having bylaws. Is it common practice that municipal governments would share studies that consultants do and stuff, or is that something not done?
Through Mayor Lehman to Councillor Thompson, certainly municipalities share information. If I could expand on the answer, though, I would note that Mr. Rankin's report goes on to speak about the nature of the work that the consultant would be doing, including working on an education or grant program, comprehensive review, public engagement, it's much broader than simply adopting a policy from another municipality or a bylaw from another municipality, but certainly municipalities share best practices and information.
Just to follow up. So, and I appreciate the answer that it's a much larger scale or scope of work that he'll be undertaking. So there would be a collaboration between municipalities and over and above the other stuff, is what you're saying?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments? Councillor McCann?
Yeah, just to be clear here, through Mayor Lehman to Michael Prowse, we could ask that information and get it for free, correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, I would probably defer to Mr. Rankin, but what I would offer is, if your question is, could we get a copy of their policy or their bylaw, of course. The background that feeds into that, as Council probably knows, is probably more important than the actual bylaw or a procedure itself. That background information is critical. And as I noted earlier, the work that Mr. Rankin has envisioned goes beyond just the paperwork. It involves consultation with the community, feedback on best practices to make these types of programs work. If council chooses to adopt another level of legislation, I think that they would want to be comfortable that what they're doing actually brings benefit to the community, because I think from his research it's evident that there are some municipalities that have tree bylaws or single tree bylaws that are not bringing a lot of value, and some municipalities have opted not to adopt one for that same mindset, which they don't think it brings a lot of value. So I think the intention here is to get more information for council and put in front of you so that you can see all that could be possible should you wish to invest the money into a single tree bylaw.
To you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike Prowse. Yeah, so just we can get the information for free. We can do baby steps here. We don't need to jump in the deep end right away. We're talking about whether you're going to cut a tree down or not cut a tree down. I don't see the rocket science behind that. And obviously it's in, two scenarios. One is inside city, if you want to call it city developed areas, and outside in undeveloped areas. So for $50,000, I think that we've got enough education and minds in our own city staff that we can come up with a better solution, at least to try first. And then if that fails, which I highly doubt it will, then proceed with getting a more fulsome report and education piece and all the other stuff that wonderful report will come with.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Congo.
I guess I'll just note lastly, and my appreciation to staff, where they've already done an analysis of municipal tree bylaws and tree protection studies completed over the past decade, attached as Appendix B. I think the plan that they've laid out forward, I think, helps to take this to a next step. And while, interest came from two areas, I think it would be great for this to be considered as an intake form, because I think there's a lot of education information that would benefit council's awareness. So even around stormwater management, flood management, the pros and cons of, can we really replace an aged tree effectively with saplings, conditions around development and compacting soil, and actually the quality of life of a tree based on just how we develop land and the success of that tree. And so I think there's a lot more to this. There's no commitment again around going to the full extent of potentially 600,000. There is great information already coming out of, I believe it's Guelph, that also just talks about the approach they take when there is an excavation around being on site and actually considering the actual direction of the root of the direction of the roots and how they grow around existing objects. And so I think it's not as simple enough to say pros and cons of keeping a tree over a certain diameter. There are conditions where we've seen individuals where trees have been impacted inadvertently because there's not an appreciation or education for how you excavate or how you impact a tree depending on how it's grown in the area. So I would say I think it's really great to bring some education information forward. I hope council considers an intake form.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Any other comments? Okay, so this is the second time tonight where the one high number in the report has dominated the discussion. And I think we do a disservice to our residents when we cherry pick the number that sort of fits the narrative we're trying to propose. What the staff report says, and it's very clear, there's 3 alternatives, one at 125, one at 400, and one at 600, but that hasn't been determined. So the point is, if you don't go through a process to figure out what you want to do, what level of service, and we talk to our residents, which is, as I understand it, the bulk of this funding that's being asked for. You know, I never think it's a waste of time to talk to our residents, and I rarely think it's a waste of money. I guess my comment on this one, though, is, so I'm going to support the intake form, but I'm going to come for it because 50 grand, I'm actually with Councillor Harvey. That's a very comprehensive consulting assignment. I am not compelled by the brief description that's in the staff report, which is only a couple of paragraphs on why it costs $50,000 to do a review of a tree bylaw. I think that's the kind of mismatch of issue and cost that you know, can rightly upset people on the surface and lead to an otherwise worthwhile exercise getting dragged into the discussion around wasteful spending. So it's not a wasteful spend to look at a tree bylaw. It's never a wasteful spend to speak with our public, but I'm not prepared to support 50 grand. I am prepared to support an intake form because I'm hearing the ward councillors. I know it's been a huge issue for Jim Harris and for Claire Riepma and for Keenan Aylwin. And I believe, frankly, you'd all find you've got residents who care a lot about the mature trees that are in their older neighborhoods, and that's a big part of the character of the city. So it's not $600,000. It could be if we end up with the most expensive option, or it could be 125. And if you don't want to spend anything on it, I actually take Councillor Morales' point, which is there may be higher enforcement priorities. So ultimately, we might not want to do this, or we might want that has fewer enforcement resources, and we have to accept the fact that it might be less effective. But the only way you're ever going to know that is by getting a proposed plan. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to support, anyway, the intake form because I think it's an important issue to a lot of our residents. And I also don't think it's ever a waste of time to consult with the public. But I am going to, as part of the budget process, ask some more detailed questions around what goes into that 50K and whether we can't do it less expensively. I would just note that the West End Revitalization Task Force, looking at the market at the bus terminal, and the Performing Arts Center Task Force, there's 5 members of council, I think, between those 2 task forces. They are doing amazing work, and the surveys, which were done by city staff, have each had over 1,000 responses on each of those projects because there's so much interest in them. And I hesitate to suggest a tree bylaw might have that level of interest, but I think it could. And so it might not be a bad idea for us to do it internally and save ourselves some money on consultants. That being said, it no doubt means something else can't get done. So that's why you do an intake form and why you ask questions at budget time and say, could this be done by Access Barrie, the consultation piece within their work plan? We ask those questions through a budget, but if you don't get the intake form, then you're just killing it now. So I'm going to vote for the intake form, and but heads up, I'm not supporting the 50K when it comes to the budget. I'd like to find a better way. I'll call the question. The motion's on the floor as printed. Those in favor of the motion on the floor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and myself 7. Opposed, I think, is 4. Okay, that carries. Okay, that completes General Committee's agenda, or at least the items that were held tonight. It brings us to the inquiries portion of our agenda. Inquiries, Deputy Mayor Ward.
I have none.
Councillor Robert Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To staff, I don't know who this would be directed to. The ward I represent is, to the west and the last road before it turns into Springwater towards Angus, Springwater, and then into Baseboard. And a lot of residents are veterans, and we have a big population, and we have such a great relationship with Baseboard and with the flags at half-mast. Just out of curiosity, what will we be doing to duly recognize our vets and stuff on November 11th? Have we had discussions of this?
Thanks for raising it, Councillor Thompson. Actually, I was talking to the CAO about this a couple hours ago. So while we follow the direction of the federal government, what happens on the Peace Tower happens on our flagpoles. I received yesterday the direction from the Legion Dominion Commands, which is to the branches themselves, on how to raise and lower the flags on Remembrance Day. It was my intention to do that here at City Hall as well. They have developed a way that respects the fact that the flags need to remain at half-mast after the ceremonies to continue to respect the finding of graves of Indigenous children, the killing of Indigenous children at residential schools. And so as long as the federal government is going to half-mast flags for that reason, we are too. In my view, this is one of those things that lands with the mayor. However, on Remembrance Day, because I have seen that protocol come and the Legions have been very respectful of the reasons why the flags are half-masted, they are going to return their own flags to half-mast, but they are going to do the ceremony of raising it for the morning of Remembrance Day and lowering it for the last post, which is at 11. And my intention is that we do that here at City Hall as well, because I think it's important to respect that tradition which goes on every year for Remembrance Day. Normally, of course, at Meridian Place or Memorial Square properly.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Other inquiries? Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to make sure that Wendy Cook did acknowledge that I asked for a separate report for the tree. I didn't say it at the end. I said it during my, and I probably said it, you probably didn't.
We can have it as a separate report.
Thank you, Wendy. I've got some other.
Go ahead.
So I guess I've had some confused residents in Ward 10. I guess the mayor went out on the weekend to talk to the residents about the tornado victims, and which is great. You definitely needed. But I've got, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 residents that have called me up, and they're a little confused about trees. Funny enough, we're talking about trees. And I did talk to Dave Friary, and I think Dave Friary talked to Kevin Rankin. Do I have both of you on the phone still? Okay, Michelle Banfield, maybe I can refer back to you.
Sorry, we should, so is Mr. Friary still online? Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Worship, I'm here.
Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Friary, or thank you, Mr. Lehman. So, Mr. Friary, I just want to maybe follow up with our discussion later today. There'll be probably no new information, but I told you there was a bit of confusion with some residents. The mayor was obviously talking to the residents, and somehow it was communicated or miscommunicated, or they didn't understand the communication properly, I guess, that the trees on residents that were destroyed by the tornado or affected by the tornado are not going to be replaced by the same trees that you have in a brand new subdivision. They're going to be upgraded to a diameter of somewhere between 3 and 3.9, correct?
Your Worship and members of committee, that's correct. Our typical size is around 60 millimeters. The ones that we're arranging to have them replaced with are in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 millimeters, which is 3.15 to 3.97. There also may be a little bit of confusion on how and where we measure them. Typically, it's 15 centimeters off the ground, so it's not at chest height. It's 15 centimeters from grade. So they are a little bit bigger. We have been working with our tree contractor, and we've been able to arrange to get slightly larger trees. Unfortunately, anything larger than 100 millimeters, we can't do because it requires a spade to get in there. And typically there isn't enough room between the curb and the sidewalk to get a spade in. And if you go, say, on the other side of the road where there's no sidewalk, that's where the utilities are. So there'll be water mains or gas mains, et cetera. So we're doing the best we can, and that's about the biggest size we can get.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Ferrari, and next time, I'd love to be invited, Mayor Lee, to go out to the award. It'd be great if we were together, and obviously maybe just didn't cross your mind, but it's been 3 months, and I think that the residents have had great support from city staff. I know there's some fundraising for these residents, but getting back to the trees, I'm going to have to now go out and do a separate mail out and deliver because there is so much confusion. So, Mr. Ferrari, is there somehow we can put out on the website about and maybe this information, and maybe if media is listening, that they could put out some media that, the residents are going to be getting special care and they're getting the maximum tree diameter that we can possibly get without getting into exceptional costs because of all the infrastructure below. And I've been working with Mr. Ferrari now for about, almost 3 months because I've had so many residents ask me about their trees. So I just wanted to say that publicly, and if media is listening, I'd like that message to get out, and I will be dealing with Mr. Ferrari again and handing out a mail out just to clear that confusion. Thank you.
Councillor McCann, perhaps I can put your mind at rest. There wasn't any information in the mail out about trees. The matter of trees came up with one resident on Sunday, one. I did have a large number of conversations with residents down there, but only one about trees. I'll check and make sure with my office that there wasn't any other inquiries that came in. We did get a number of folks contacting us, primarily about insurance issues. But rest assured, one resident with regards to the tree issue and the size of the tree that would be replaced for him.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, and I'm not trying to be confrontational. I've had 9 or 10 calls in the past 36 hours, and I've relayed most of them to Dave Ferrari. So if it was one person, that one person told 10 people, I guess. But we just need to understand that the residents of Ward 10 and the southeast end of Barrie, they've gone through enough, and adding more confusion isn't what I signed up for. So that's all I'm saying.
Sure, that's why I went out to support them. Councillor Kungl.
Thank you, Worship. Quick question of staff. Thank you for the information that circulated to all of council and the public for those in the areas. I know there was a target of speed cushions being, I think, starting implementation on Monday. I've had some questions. Are you able to give any feedback on if they've been completed or if that's still proceeding through the week?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungl, it's my understanding that it just actually started today, so it definitely will be continuing, and I believe it should be around the 3 to 4 day mark.
Perfect, thank you. And if I may, Your Worship, I think this might be redirected to you just based on the past conversation about Remembrance Day. I wasn't sure if you were speaking to Barrie's Veteran Week and the flag raising, and I'm assuming it'll be the same approach then?
Yeah, we have the poppy flag raising coming up next week, yeah.
Okay. And that's all my questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other inquiries of staff? Okay. Announcements. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have any announcements?
I have none.
Any other announcements, members of council? Councilor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just wanted to make an announcement for those that didn't have the pleasure between 3 to 5 to watch the Downtown Barrie BIA AGM. Whew. Great time. We had the AGM. Thank you for the courtesy of the sandbox. I've never seen you turn that color red, Councillor Thompson. So we finally had that AGM, and also wanted to obviously address to members of the public that if you haven't seen it by now, you need to get to Downtown Barrie. Lots of color downtown, and sorry. Yeah, just one color, but very impactful. And, the Downtown Barrie BIA obviously chose to mimic our projects that have happened in Los Angeles, Miami, but essentially painting a building hot pink. This addresses crime prevention through design principles. It brings people downtown, more eyes on the street. It also includes art components that have a cultural engagement to it, and just really improves that area. It is, organizations, whether it's the city or BIA, they can focus on big, expensive fixes, or they can do quick ones that are small, that are impactful, and they can just move quickly. It was a risk. I do want to thank staff, specifically Kristen, who is a project manager on the specific file, and obviously, the membership that once they got clarification as to what was going on, it was risky, that they really supported it. And obviously, at this point, most of the community, if not council, has seen the new that Downtown Barrie BIA logo, and it's new. And we're basically sending a message. The old Downtown Barrie BIA that you knew the headlines you may have heard about, they're gone. And, the new slogan is be bold, be connected, be seen, be downtown Barrie. So I invite the members of the public to check out the new website, which is also absolutely incredible. Check out the resources. There's going to be lots of programming moving forward. If you have ideas for the wall, that is essentially a pink canvas. It is going to evolve into murals, into competitions. It's going to evolve into QR Easter egg hunts, into contests. There is so much down the pipeline. And if you have suggestions, please email support@downtownbarrie.ca. We are the BIA is there to curate the experience, and they're excited to make it happen.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Be seen. You can definitely see that building. Thanks for that. Councillor Riepma.
Thank you. Very exciting. November the 17th for Ward 1 and 2. Put a circle around the date in your calendar. November the 17th, 6 o'clock, we're having a town hall with Councillor Aylwin, myself, and you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to get together with as many people as possible who can sign up with Zoom, and we'll have a great discussion about all the issues in Ward 2 and the rest of the city. There are no issues in Ward 1, are there? You're all, everyone in Ward 1 and 2 is invited to connect in, check on the city's website to get the address to join us. So see you on November the 17th, 6 o'clock.
Thanks very much, Councillor Riepma. Yeah, looking forward to that town hall for sure. Just before we continue with announcements and then the circ list, can I get a quick motion to extend past 11 just to finish the last of this agenda? Councillor Natalie Harris, seconded by Councillor Morales. All those in favor of extending past 11? Any opposed? None. Carries. Go ahead, Councillor Kungl.
Thank you. I have two announcements. The one, if you haven't seen on the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit Facebook page or website, the flu campaign, vaccine campaign has started. That is for individuals that are high risk for influenza, so those 65 years of age or older, those with underlying health conditions, those who are pregnant, and children 6 to 48 months and up to 4 years of age. So if you are looking for information, please note that that is has started, and you can find more details through the Health Unit Facebook page and website. My second announcement is regarding the virtual lecture series. Are you speaking to that, Your Worship, through the museum? Okay. So on behalf of some great information I saw on the Barrie Legion 147 in Ward 3, a lot of new information around coming back to different public engagement pieces, the Poppy campaign, and an additional one is that the Simcoe County Museum is supporting 4 different sessions each Wednesday through the month of November. So these are virtual lecture series. The first one this November the 3rd at 3 p.m. features author Tim Cook, Director of Research at the Canadian War Museum, speaking about his book, The Fight for History. And then on November 10th, the 17th, and 24th, sessions will start at 2 p.m., and the public is invited to join on their computer or mobile app. So my appreciation to the Simcoe County Museum and those involved in putting on the lecture series.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kungl. Any other announcements, members of General Committee? Okay, seeing none. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I know it's easy to forget about me when I'm off by myself. Thank you. One quick announcement. Another community cleanup on the way from Cleanup Barrie. They have such amazing partnerships in the community. They're partnering with Barrie Municipal Nonprofit Housing this time around, and it's Penetang Street cleanup, and that is happening on Thursday, November 11th at 3 p.m. So after you go to the ceremony to honor our veterans, you can help out the community in the afternoon. So we will be beautifying Penetang Street, and there are some activities including bulb plantings, a scavenger hunt, some rock painting. Supplies will be provided, and participants will be entered to win one of 2 $50 gift cards. So we hope to see you there again Thursday, November 11th at 3 p.m. at 31 Penetang Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aylwin. Any other announcements? Okay. Seeing none, yeah, first of all, I actually did want to say thank you to all the residents who I spoke with in the tornado impact zone, and I wanted to convey their appreciation to staff. The work that was done, particularly on the cleanup, was very much appreciated, and the overtime that staff put in on that weekend with our operations crews to help people with the cleanup, I heard about it time and again. Also wanted to thank Councillor Jim Harris, because the session that was set up at St. Gabe's for mental health supports for traumatized families, that was brought up several times as well. And the ongoing support that New Path and other organizations can give is going to be really important. I had some heartbreaking conversations with parents about what their kids continue to experience when there's severe weather. And so the fact that that was thought of and coordinated through those services was very much appreciated. So I wanted to provide that feedback. November 1st to 7th is Carbon Monoxide Awareness Week in Ontario. An important reminder by Ontario's Fire Marshal to think about the risks of carbon monoxide. We have a campaign here to remember to check your batteries when the clock rolls back. And as long as you're not on the Bell network, that's next weekend. But regardless of whether you do it now or next weekend, please check the batteries in your carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. City of Barrie and the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 147, thank you for the announcement, Councillor Kungl, of the virtual lecture series. We are joining communities across Canada in honor, recognition, and commemoration of Remembrance Day. However, to protect the health of our local veterans and community members, the Legion and the city together made the decision some time ago that there would be no in-person ceremony at Memorial Square, which is a shame, but the safe thing to do. The Royal Canadian Legion Branch 147 decided to host a ceremony at 10:45 on November 11th. The public are invited to watch virtually or to tune in on Rogers Channel 10. The city's Remembrance Day website has links to watch the ceremony, as well as CTV and Rogers TV. If members of the community, local organizations, or businesses would like to lay a wreath at the Memorial Square cenotaph, they're asked to make arrangements in advance with the Legion. That can happen, but there won't be a ceremony that contains that at Memorial Square. There's more information about how to safely commemorate Remembrance Day at barrie.ca/events. City of Barrie was once again crowned, I got asked about this on the radio, I didn't even know we did this, National Gourd Growing Champions. We grew a 310-pound pumpkin. Yeah, from compost. In this year's Compost Council of Canada Great Pumpkin Growing Contest. So congratulations to the solid waste management staff who grew a pumpkin weighing in at 310 pounds, which beat the city's previous winning record, which was 2019 at 293.5 pounds. That's an enormous pumpkin. Anyway, congratulations. It's amazing what you can do with compost. It's all in Ward 5. It's Ward 5. Good things grow in Ward 5. Sorry, Thompson. Yeah, exactly. Nominations are now open for the 2021 Innovation Awards, an annual initiative celebrating and recognizing the most creative solutions in business in our community. Residents and non-residents are encouraged to nominate a deserving business, organization, or individual at investbarrie.ca/innovation awards. I would like to note that the city has a new guided tree walk, since it was on the agenda tonight. There's a new tree walk at Sunnydale Park that takes users on an interactive tour of the park's forests to learn about the unique and diverse ecosystems in Barrie. You can learn more at barrie.ca/urban forestry. On October 29th, we began lifting capacity limits and distancing requirements at the city's community centers. Proof of vaccination and identification is still required for patrons 12 and older. There's information about that on the website. We are seeking to appoint 2 citizen members to the Active Transportation and Sustainability Advisory Committee. That term of office will be for 1 year, ending in November 2022. Application forms are online. The deadline for the applications is Friday, November 5th. Based on the success from June's virtual job fair, City of Barrie and the County of Simcoe are going to team up to run a fall job fair, Work in Simcoe County. It's a virtual job fair on Tuesday, November 9th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This will be an online event. Visit workinsimcoecounty.ca to learn more and register. I wanted to note the Market Precinct Task Force, under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Ward, is asking for feedback from residents to help inform that planning process for a new permanent market in the west end of downtown Barrie. Deadline on that is Sunday, November 21st. City is accepting nominations for the 2021 Heritage Awards. You can find information on that at barrie.ca/Barrie Heritage Awards. And last, I would note the budget allocator tool. We are down to the last few weeks before the budget is presented to council, but you can still provide input at barrie.ca/budget. Next city council meeting is next Monday, November 8th. That brings us to the circulation list. Sorry. Did the budget, really? Oh, okay, thanks for that, Councillor Thompson. So my notes still say it's open. Thanks for that correction. So budget allocation tool is closed. My apologies, folks. We did get over 1,000 responses, tremendous response, but that doesn't mean you can't email your councillor or your mayor and give us your thoughts on the budget. So if the allocator tool is closed off, you can still email us. Circulation list. Comments on the circulation list dated October 25th, first of all. Anything from October 25th? Nope. How about November 1st? Okay, seeing none, that completes General Committee's agenda. General Committee is adjourned.